Thanks very much. Thank you.
But I was supposing up with this. I
link that they sent was wrong. Just tell them I'm in now. Yeah, they had sent me wrong link.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I've been battling to come through. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, loud and clear. Apologies for that and welcome.
Thank you so much. I will be led by you then, Dr. Tinten. Okay.
Good morning, colleagues, once again, and welcome to the University of Mpumalanga for those who are here for the first time, and in joining us as we celebrate the 100 years of the Kruger National Park and also World Biodiversity. Our theme is biodiversity through different lenses, science, society, and also stewardship. I'll be your program director. My name is Naledi Mtite. I am the director of research here at UMP. For those who just came in, we'll be displaying the QR code, which is our attendance register. Would you kindly please populate it? It's so short and straightforward. We don't ask too many questions, but please make time and populate it. And for the bathrooms, as you exit straight on, then you go to your right, and then you will find them to your left. The bathrooms. If you need anything else, we are here as the UNP team, as the UNP police. Without saying much, let me allow the official welcome address from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Tenjiwe Leiwa. Prof, over to you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the glitch that has happened. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. It's quite exciting that I ultimately got in, and I assume that we also are online from my last conversation towards the end of last month with the Kruger National Park's leadership. Thank you, Program Director. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Kindly switch on your camera. We can see you.
Master, switch off. Okay, that's fine. Let me just do that.
Switch on.
What must I switch off? Should I switch off my video?
I see the answer that you switch it on. On your camera.
Okay. I'm a bit confused. What should I switch on or off?
On. We cannot see you. So they say on your laptop, on the top of the screen, on your physical laptop, there's a button there. You need to move to the editorial direction so that your camera is on. It's on your screen, but not on the laptop.
Can you see me now?
Not yet.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me see. I don't know why it's not showing on your end. I don't know what may be the problem.
When you see that it's not a slider on top of your laptop screen.
Yes, I've done that. I know that that's a button that needs to be switched there, but it seems like despite me switching it all, left or right, it's not coming on the video. That's strange. Okay, let me see where the problem is.
It's okay, Prof. You can switch off your picture and you can continue. Because
Okay.
I think what's next is the challenge.
So the camera is reading OVO2E10 and it's HD. Probably I need to just use I don't know. I don't know what else to do. But I'm just worried about the time. Colleagues, having started already late from the program. So can I go ahead in any case? I know I can see you very well though. I can see everybody. I see everyone and you're waving right now. I don't know what. Okay. Sorry about that. So I'm gonna have to go ahead. I'm sorry that um this is the best that I can do, despite putting the button on top of the laptop at the top there. It's not showing my video. I can see that. So I don't know.
It's okay.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know why that's the problem. Okay, with that said, I'm just worried that you can't see me, but I can see you all. Thank you, Dr. Tinde, for this, and apologies, colleagues, for the glitch that I don't know how it has come about. I'm trying either way; it's not working. Chair of today's engagement, Professor Dan Parker, we appreciate you, Professor Struble, and your dedicated team, representatives and leadership of the South African National Parks, including the CEO, Ms. Silo, and management of the Kruger National Park, led by Oscar Mtimkulu. Distinguished scientists, researchers, conservation practitioners, strategic partners, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sanbonani. The venue-based participants gathered there at the Mbombela campus and all the delegates that are joining us online. I'm informed that you are having people online as well. You are warmly welcome to the Mbombela campus. It is a privilege for me on behalf of the university to deliver this welcome address at this important commemorative event, Biodiversity through Different Lenses, Science, Society, and Stewardship. This gathering today is particularly significant because it brings together two important moments of reflection and celebration: the observance of World Biodiversity Day, as well as approaching the centenary of the Kruger National Park that's about to happen on the 30th of May. And of course, the fact that this happens during the month of May is very heartening for me in particular. And of course, with the Kruger National Park being one of the 23 greatest parks and a state organization that I must say with pride that it is unusual that they are thriving, knowing the state organizations that actually are within the country. This event also reflects the enduring and strategic partnership between the University of Mpumalanga and SANParks. We had the memorandum that was signed in 2017 and we renewed it in 2024. That is on its own a celebration. And with the recent personal visits to the Kruger National Park towards the end of last month, this is very special for me. Allow me to sincerely acknowledge Prof. Dan Parker, who's not only a chair, but also I regard you, Dan, as somebody who has been framing today's program, working together with the research office under Prof. Struble. With your respective teams and your vision, collaborated commitment, this leadership has brought us to this important event today. It's actually an event that is an event I regard personally as an event to life. Your dedication demonstrates the power of partnership in advancing science, conservation, and societal transformation. I must also extend appreciation to the leadership of the SANParks, as I've made mention to them. I've made mention of them earlier. The management that is exceptional, that allowed us, me in particular, to drag them out of their offices on a Saturday, and they're available to get us to talk on a number of elements, and appreciating the work that they do already with the University of Mpumalanga. We're deeply grateful for the opportunities created for our students, our researchers, our presence at the Kruger National Park, as well as our academic staff that are working with the work integrated learning, the ecological research and scientific engagement within the Kruger National Park ecosystem. As I've noted when my colleagues briefed me about this important event, we are very quite much close to the Kruger National Park in particular, although we want to also be extending our presence and collaboration with other parks as well within the country. Colleagues and distinguished guests, this event reminds us that biodiversity is not merely an environmental concern, but it is fundamentally linked to the human well-being and the sustainable livelihoods. When we were at the Kruger National Park month end of April, the team made reference to this, and they pointed out a number of cultural heritage as well as stories that haven't been told about the Kruger National Park in particular. So the 2026 International Day of Biological Diversity and its theme, acting locally for global impact, is therefore both timely and urgent. Urgent indeed, because we are in a situation where we experience all these kinds of climate changes that are not nice. It calls upon us as an institution and our collaborators with the Kruger National Park, communities, governments, scientists, chairs like Prof. Parker, chairs of research, citizens, to recognize that local stewardship contributes directly to global sustainability outcomes. And in this regard, when I was preparing this talk, I thought of just looking at, by the way, which United Nations Sustainable Development Goals speak to what we're doing today. I find that it's 4 of them with SDG 13, 15, 4, and 17, but I want to highlight the 13, climate action, and in particular the 17, partnership for the goals. We need to have, and I'm happy that we're having goals that make us to collaborate. And the collaboration between UMP and SunParks is a practical demonstration of SDG 17 in action, showing how universities, conservation agencies, and communities can work collectively to generate knowledge, protect ecosystems, and develop future generations of environmentally conscious leaders. Equally important for me is that this initiative advances the aspiration of the African Union's Agenda 2063, especially the aspiration that's the first aspiration, which envisions and states that a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development is ideal, and that's what we should be driving for. As well as aspiration 7 of the 2063 United Africa's UN says that united and influential global partnering is very, very important. Therefore, conservation and biodiversity stewardship is very central to Africa's future prosperity. Our natural heritage is not simple, colleagues, an inheritance from the past, although that's what we want to be looking into also in terms of telling the stories of the Kruger National Park and other parks, but it is an investment in the future of our continent. and it calls upon us individually to work together to get this done. We, as South Africa and Africans in particular, understand deeply that humanity and nature are interconnected. Hence, our adage of Ubuntu, Umuntu, Ngabantu. The wisdom of ecological stewardship has long existed within the African knowledge systems and cultural practices. And I'm reminded about what Mr. Pinar said when we were at the Kruger National Park in terms of the importance of these stories and having to fit them into exploring biodiversity through the scientific lens, but also through the heritage, social, and stewardship of our resources lenses as well. Therefore, it comes to me that possibly some of you may be bored about me making reference to the late Kenyan environmentalist Wangari Maathai, who said, "My little thing is planting trees. It is little things that get citizens and partners to move forward so that we actually can make a difference." This profound statement by Wangari Maathai reminds us that sustainable change is built through collective responsibility, collaborative and cooperative action, and long-term commitment. Hence, every research project, every conservation initiative, every student trained, every community empowered, and every partnership strengthened contributes towards safeguarding our planet, our animals, our plants, and all biodiversity ecosystem for future generations. We need to have that baton that is actually consciously having planned by you and I, all in all online and all in that venue-based room, to actually say, let's hold our hands together and get this thing done. As a university, we're proud that we are part of this important journey, and we remain committed to advancing interdisciplinary research, strengthening conservation science, and supporting transformative education and building strategic partnerships that contribute meaningfully to society. I often say the new currency, the new gold is partnerships, is collaboration. To all the presenters, panelists, participants, and colleagues, both in person and online, thank you for contributing your expertise, not just for this event and for this month leading to the centenary celebrations, but your insights, your experiences, and your important dialoguing that we actually have been part of, some of us, towards this common goal, common goals, and a bigger common goal of attending to environmental concerns. Finally, I wish to thank all the organizers, support teams, academic coordinators, the audiovisual colleagues. Although you're not seeing me, not quite sure what they did or may have taught me differently, but more importantly, also our SANPAC's representatives and the university staff together, who've worked very hard and to make this event impossible. I wish you a productive, insightful, impactful, enjoyable engagement that we are having today, that we come to from it say, here are action items that we shall work on deliberately, intently, intentionally, with all the vigor as we move together towards the goals that I've made reference to, but more importantly, towards ensuring that our MOU that was signed in 2024 by the university and SANPACs is brought to something that is fruitful. I thank you. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you Vice Chancellor for those warm, inspirational, and kind words of welcome. The colleagues feel welcomed. I'm sure you can see now, if there are few of us, so we feel welcomed, and we can flex. You've been welcomed by the Vice Chancellor of the University of the and the acknowledgement also Vice Chancellor of the Centenary colleagues who are here with us, and also the executive management, as we have acknowledged them, and our students and our staff. And in our midst, also Professor David Marunda, who has joined us, who is the inaugural chairperson of the Council of the University of Malanga, and also a former CEO of the National Parks. He has joined us today in presenting his own program for those colleagues who have seen us. We appreciate your attendance. We appreciate that you have made time to be answering. As we see the same that you can relate to each other as we strive to achieving some of the SDG goals of importance that we can only do such through partnerships and collaborations. As we continue our program, please see on our program, our next speaker, our next presenter, is a man who has made efforts to ensure that this event is happening. Professor Daniel Tata, he has put all this together. He has the vision and the passion for biodiversity and the partnership with the Kruger National Parks. Professor Tata will give us the purpose and the framing of the event and the discussion. I'm not sure if we'll be able to cover the 100 years which we are celebrating. 100 years for a long time, and I always wonder if you are the human being, who's 100 years old today, how will it be like? But I'm sure we're going to touch it on that. Professor Tata, over to you.
Thank you very much, Naledi, Program Director. Thank you very much to the Vice Chancellor for that wonderful introduction and welcome. We apologize for the slight delay in our technical streaming, etc., but I think it was certainly worth it. As is what you'd want when you are organizing an event like this, is you want your senior executive, as it were, for the organization, in this case, our Vice Chancellor, to be briefed appropriately and provide a really clear and cogent framing for the event. And that's clearly what our Vice Chancellor did, which makes my job now, as we move into the formal program of today, the meat of the program, and the reasons why we are here, much easier. So welcome once again to our special guests, in particular, Prof. Mabunda. Thank you for being here, Prof. As our former Vice Chancellor used to say, good morning, Chair, the first Chair of Council. It's wonderful to have you back on campus once again. Also, our senior SANParks and UMP colleagues, it's wonderful to have you here. There's been a lot going on in the background, those who've been working on programs and various aspects. So thank you to all of you for being here. So, folks, today's event is obviously co-hosted by UMP and SANParks, and it really does reflect the collective commitment of all of us, bringing together voices from science, society, and stewardship. You would have seen that in the lovely title over there, so that we can explore biodiversity through these very different lenses. And I sincerely hope that you will understand what these different lenses are as we move through the program. But folks, at its core today, the day aligns with the global call of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It's always a massive mouthful when you're talking about conservation. I think we'd like to words in there. But that's it's important because we need to mobilize what this framework calls whole of society action for safeguarding the natural systems upon which all life and all livelihoods and future sustainability of life on this planet depend. The significance of our event today is further elevated, as our Vice-Chancellor said, with the timing of the centenary of the Kruger National Park, which is most certainly in global conservation terms, one of Africa's and the world's most iconic conservation landscapes. It's globally recognized as a symbol for protected area stewardship, ecological research, and biodiversity management. Over the past century, as we're going to hear from several individuals, I don't think Kathy's going to go through from year one all the way through, but we're going to get a wonderful insight into how Kruger has evolved from being a protected reserve, really to protect the hunting rights of a few elites way back in the day, into what can really be called a living laboratory that has shaped conservation science, ecological monitoring, environmental education, and really importantly, as a scientist and a researcher, evidence-based management across the continent. So today is not just the celebration of biodiversity, it also honors a century of conservation leadership and partnership between sandparks and other institutions like, for example, UMP. We're a new partner, but it's great that we can be the partner that is celebrating with you today. So, folks, as I conclude, I'd just like to say that through reflections on science, culture, monitoring, education, and environmental change, today's program, I think, and I hope, will demonstrate to all of you here and online that biodiversity is not merely about protecting species and ecosystems, but about understanding very intricate relationships between people, nature, and sustainable futures. In doing so, I hope that today stands as a celebration of past achievements, but also, as the VC alluded to, is a call to action for future sustainability. I'm looking forward to not only our presentations by our esteemed speakers and their reflections, but also the engagement of the colleagues here in the room and those of you online. So those who are on the YouTube channel, we've got a squadron of wonderful IT and AV fellows who will be able to monitor those questions. So if Dan says something that's interesting or not interesting, you can ask a question. But folks, please enjoy yourself, engage, reflect, and let's move things forward. Thank you very much. Thanks, Steve.
Another one from those Centenary. We are co-hosting. This is a joint partnership. But then I'm looking at the slides. Like they are taller than ours. I'm just showing the side of that. Thank you so much, Derek, for the purpose and framing this get together that you are for today. Colleagues, on our program is Miss Kelly Kikuman. I'm going to give you a profile of her before she comes. I think it's good that because she took time when we asked her for a summarized profile. So I think it's only fair that I get to it as it is. She has 30-year conservation background. She joined STEWARDSHIP in 2008 after 12 years of experience as a male KZN wildlife. Her expertise ranges from various game census techniques, vegetation monitoring, game capture, and translocation program at the research management interface. Her particular interest is in monitoring programs relating to species of special concern and their associated habitat. This extensive knowledge and experience is critical to the integration of science and evidence-based learning into management decision-making, which requires continuous relationship building and integrating different personalities. So, Ms. Katie Kruger, over to you for you to share your presentation and give us a brief history of Kruger and the evolution of scientific services. Yes, you can use the mic. So you will moving the slides. Yes. Okay. Using that laptop or this was well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that generous introduction. And also thank you very much for the University of Mpumalanga for hosting us today and for the finally signing the agreement so that we can be in this partnership, which is great. I just want to acknowledge that just to give you a bit of background just on Sandbox, as Dan said, I'm not going to go back, all the way back. But just to give you a bit of an idea of where Kruger National Park actually fits in. So Sandbox is responsible for the management of 22 national parks, of which Kruger is one. It sits in the northeastern part of the country, and it falls within the savanna biome. Because as you can see, Sandbox covers at least 8 biomes across the country. The map obviously only depicts the Sandbox protected areas, but obviously we do have other organizations like KZN Wildlife and some of our private reserves as well. Sandbox also has a vision that is people-focused, but the well-being of the people obviously hinges entirely on the nature components as it's captured in our national parks. And as I mentioned, our national parks are spread across the country and covers several biomes, including our marine ecosystems, which is sort of highlighted in blue. So the Kruger Park is special. Everyone always asks you the question, like, why is Kruger so special? It's special because it is a big park. It is 2 million hectares in size. And usually when people ask you, like, how quickly can you get from Pafuri, which is in the north, to Kruger in the south? Because most of the tourists see the park map on an A4 piece of paper, but they don't actually realize how big the park actually is. But when you explain to them that it is 350 kilometers in length, and it's about 60 kilometers wide in the southern part of the park, then people actually get an idea of just how big Kruger is and why it is so special. It also borders 2 countries, obviously Mozambique and Zimbabwe in the northern part. It has a heterogeneous landscape, and it can also maintain large mammal predator-prey interactions. It has a high biodiversity and cultural diversity, as we'll hear in some of our talks coming up. But tourism is our predominant form of land use. The Kruger is a major economic player in the region, mainly because it is so big as well. It stretches over 2 provinces of South Africa. And it is also the main generator of revenue for all of our 22 sandbox. Next slide. So the reason why the park is also so diverse, not just because of its size, but because of the interplay of all the abiotic factors, like the geology, which is orientated from north to south. And then we also have major rivers that flow from the west to the east through the park. Then the Kruger also has a very high and diverse rainfall gradient, from very high in the south and southwest, which is Pretoria's Kok-Bergendal area, to much lower in the northeastern parts of the park. Some brief historical events, seeing that Dan said I shouldn't go all the way back in time. It's basically just the historical events which were important in shaping the Kruger as we see it now. There has been people living in the park forever. Yeah, and then there's also been ancient trade routes that connected the park with the Indian Ocean traders way back when, specifically from the Mapungubwe kingdom in the north, and the people traded mainly gold and ivory. When the first European that entered the Lowveld, his name was Francois de Kuiper, he was a Dutchman. He came in from the Mozambican side of the, sorry, the map wasn't there. He came in from the Mozambican side of the country, and then when he came into the Kruger National Park, as we know it now, he saw very little game, few game, and then just a couple of elephants at that time. That situation changed over time, and the Kruger was eventually established. But before the Kruger Park was established, we had a severe rinderpest outbreak, and it basically swept over the whole continent, and it decimated livestock and game. But when the Sabi Game Reserve was established and Stevenson Hamilton became the warden in 1902, there were virtually no game species in the park. He started rebuilding the park and made himself very unpopular by moving people out of the park. So then the park was proclaimed as the first sand park, the first South African National Park in 1926. Another important aspect was the foot and mouth disease outbreak in 1938, which I assume is very similar to what we're experiencing in the country at the moment. That gave rise to a decision made by the state veterinarians to destroy all livestock inside the park, because some of the ranges did have goats and cattle for milk, etc., in the park, but the livestock was also destroyed outside the park. And that was something that was incomprehensible to people at the time. So yeah, in 1961, the western boundary of the Kruger National Park was fenced for disease control purposes, and also the eastern boundary was fenced in 1976 for security reasons, as there was a revolution in Mozambique at the time. But importantly, in 2002, we signed the Greater Limpopo Transfrontier Treaty, which started combining all our neighboring conservation areas into bigger area. So that was quite a significant event within Kruger's history. All right, so Kruger had to go through different eras to eventually become the iconic park as we know it today. The first in the eras in the park was the Iron Age, which began around 1800 years ago. I know the Piaki and Tabu's going to check me up on this one. But there were many people in the area until towards the latter part of that era. There were local regional warfare, which is called the Mfekane, and that saw a decline in the number of people in the area. Then came the colonial period, which is depicted on the right-hand side there, where lots of European pioneers and hunters moved in. They decimated the game populations. And we also towards, within that era, we also had the Anglo-Boer War towards the end of that era. The next area was all about protecting and propagating and game preservation. That's when the Sabi and the Shinwetsi game reserves were proclaimed. As I mentioned earlier on, Stevenson Hamilton was appointed as the warden. And he was strongly focused on protection and preservation and rebuilding the game populations. Predator control was done, so some of it is all depicted in the pictures on the slide. So they had to try and control the predators to try and increase the game numbers within the park. The era from 1926 was when the park was declared a national park, first one in South Africa, and that was done through our then established sandbox group. Also within this time frame, the research unit was established. I wasn't born yet, but the research unit was already established then. We started doing inventories of biota, monitoring programs were put in place. Kruger Park was fenced for disease control and security reasons, as I mentioned earlier on, and there was a strong focus on species management. And so during this era, elephant, hippo, and buffalo were culled. Disease management, especially for foot and mouth and anthrax, was implemented during this era as well. But our fire management and fire research also started in the park during this era. And during this time as well, our artificial water provisioning program gained momentum. So from the 1960s onwards, management and science had a strong ecological focus. This period marked a shift from merely protecting game or specific species to conserving entire ecosystems, with the goal of maintaining ecological processes and biodiversity. This era saw strong linkages between science and park managers, and a hallmark of sandparks that remain valued today. Building on Kruger's long-term experimental burn plots, you can see them there at the bottom, which Tertia plays a crucial role in, and the monitoring data sets, which sandparks continue to maintain today. They were all initiated during this time. The next era was a transformative era, and a transformative era in the whole of South Africa, in our South Africa's history. It was the dawn of a new democracy. And since 1990, transformation started in Kruger as well. The first Black senior managers were appointed, and also our social ecological section was established, specifically to deal with our neighbors. One of those esteemed people are joining us in the audience today. It's nice to see you, Prof. Mabunda. But yeah, then we also had severe droughts in 1992 and a massive flood event in 2000, which led to changes in our water management, our elephant, and our fire policies of the Kruger National Park. So all those events drove us to actually just put in some changes. And Tertia will be talking to us a little about the most recent flood event in Kruger in one of the later talks. So the era from 2002 onwards is now called the expansion and inclusion era. That's when the focus changed from species management to systems management. This was enabled by the creation of the Transfrontier Conservation Area that allowed us to drop our fences and for the system to function a lot more naturally than it previously could. Partnerships started, especially with concessions and also outsourcing of non-core activities. Gender and racial inclusion was actively pushed at the managerial levels. We also started dealing with land claims negotiations, and those are still ongoing today. But then there were also things like global climate change and sustainable development that have become important aspects of focus in management and research in the park. And the TFC8 concept, as we call it, Transfrontier Conservation Area concept, it assists us in dealing with these issues. But then also within this era, unfortunately, rhino poaching started escalating. All right. So then, when we focus on how science evolved in KNP over the years, I've mentioned it sort of in the backdrop in the slides which I've just gone through. But we went through great efforts to improve the research function in the Kruger, but also in sandparks. It started in Kruger National Park in 1950 with the appointment of Dr. Nell. Scientific services and indeed the wider research function in sandparks is very small. Even though we transformed all nicely, our team is still very small. But the scale of our science function is less than 2% of the organization. And it's heavily leverages external capacity, both in terms of funding, manpower, and intellectual inputs. Why are you laughing, Dan? We did transport. So I'm I'm one of 3 general managers overseeing the research unit of sandparks. The first one is Dr. Ngobeni Seleni. She is the general manager for the parks in red, or maroon, if you want to say so. So those are all our arid region parks. And then we also have Dr. Steph Freitag-Ronaldson, and she's the general manager for all our frontier parks, but then she also oversees the marine component of sandparks. Then obviously myself. I am the general manager for the Savannah Research Unit, covering all the parks that's highlighted in green, and it obviously includes Kruger. So these research units have been geographically clustered as such, because it facilitates administration, mainly because we're such a small group of people that has to cover all 22 of our sandparks, all the monitoring and research that needs to happen in those parks. This enables our best use of our staff capacity, their expertise and their interest, and it provides opportunities for growth as well. So yeah, this includes both biophysical and social science in all our parks. Scientific services has a strong team of scientists, even though we are so small. There's scientists, biotechnicians, and research assistants working in the different fields, together with external scientists to conduct research in many fields. Over the years, we've had to diversify our staff, not just in people, but also in discipline and transdisciplinary. We are now more integrated. We look like the Rainbow Nation that we are. And we are also socially relevant. And our focus is very much on integrating, innovating, and being local, but also being internationally recognized through our linkages and our networks. Having an institutionally embedded research capacity in sandparks was recognized back in 1950 already. There's that dude again. So yes, having that institutional research knowledge or science knowledge was already recognized in 1950, but in spearheading the research section back in the day, Dr. Nell already listed 4 issues that were regarded as research priorities. And 70 years later, our first research strategy was approved in 2020. But within sandparks, some of our strategies have like a 5-year cycle or revision cycle. And we've just reviewed that 2020 research strategy. The aim of the strategy is to enable research and monitoring in sandparks And it articulates basically the broad research directions to focus our attention rather than to define specific shorter term research needs or questions. Sandbox strives for policy engaged science. So with the development of the research strategy, it also enables how we express our 7 key values underpinning the science in Sandbox. Don't worry, Dan, I won't go through each and every one. But that's basically just to illustrate that we do have key values which we strive towards. So within the research strategy, there are 10 key research themes that emerged. And these themes basically cover in a cross-cutting manner the various organizational strategic focus areas. We use these research themes during our rigorous research project registration process. Most people don't really appreciate our process, but yeah, unfortunately, we have to go through them. All right, so it is also important to highlight the huge contribution of the Savannah research, but particularly Kruger, to the knowledge base of the Savannah science in the world. These include the number of theses and publications over the years. The graph shows the journal outputs from 1927 until 2024. But it excludes any dissertation, so they could be more. But it shows a nice upward trend over time, and in total there are 237 articles included, which will most probably become more. Yeah, we hope. Okay, so what has enabled this good science in Kruger? Our model is that we basically have sufficient internal capacity and expertise as well. But there's long-term data sets, there's data archives, there's people who can translate this to external scientists. There's also, and that is a very important component because unfortunately not all of our parks have those. But this was all done through the assistance of the Mellon Foundation. It was all the grants that we received from the foundations, from the Mellon Foundation, which have been instrumental in initiating and assisting the diverse and significant science and research initiatives in Kruger initially. But then they also assisted us in spreading it to some of our other sandparks as well. All right. So initially the research section was stationed in Pretoria's Kop, where the reference library and the herbarium basically started. However, in 1955, the board recommended that the research unit and the herbarium be transferred to Skukuza, where it is housed now. And the move to Skukuza took place in May 1957. Yet, I wasn't born. So just gives you an idea of how significant this actually is. The biological reference collection has become an invaluable asset for sandparks. The herbarium collection houses more than 4,000 plant specimens collected by dedicated researchers over the years. But it also has amphibian, reptile, bird, small mammal, insects, and other invertebrate species. So it's well worth a visit if you do come to Skukuza. So with all the data that we've collected over the years, supporting that development, which started during the early 1950s as well, was the establishment of the National Parks Board's own scientific journal called Kudu in 1958. Kudu publishes research that promotes conservation science and protected area management in Africa. The journal has run uninterrupted since its inception in 1958 and has become an open access internationally accredited journal in the past 2 decades. Kruger moved on to an online publishing platform in 2008. That's when I joined Sandbox. And the entire Kruger collection from 1958, I think up to 2024 now, has now been made available online. And it also reached an impact factor of 1.1 in 2024. So it's actually good going. Publications of the 2 academic books, the Kruger Experience in 2003 and the National Park Science by Jane Paradis in 2017, represented synthesis at the widest scale. The peer-reviewed Kruger Experience provided an opportunity to catapult sandbox science out of the ordinary and basically into international recognition. Examples of broad-based synthesis includes what is become known as the 2016 Kruger Benefits Report. We all go back to this one if we need evidence of benefits that Kruger does provide. This was done by Louise Swemmer and Helen Metty. It provides a consolidated reflection on the diversity of cost and benefit impacts at a local scale for a range of stakeholders around Kruger National Park. But similarly, we also try and learn from our natural events that happen. Isak Smith and William Bond prepared in 2020 the Kruger Drought Report to collect and collate the diversity of observations and reflections on the 2015-2016 drought which we experienced in Kruger. So the research report, which is also now become very loved and appreciated, especially by our Sandbox management team and obviously science. It highlights how working in the Conservation Services Division of Sandbox continually redefines what it means to practice science in conservation, especially in a conservation agency such as Sandbox. The stories in these pages not only share science contributions from our national parks, it's in an easy to read language, but it also showcases the people behind the research and the many roles they play within Sandbox science and society. Then another highlight for our team is obviously the Savannah Science Network meeting, which is hosted annually in the Kruger National Park. And we've been doing that since 2003. And this conference basically draws many researchers from more than 19 countries. It has become a long way, it has come a long way since the early 2000s, where the seeds were already planted for this Savannah Science Network meeting. A small group of scientists met at Chingwezi Research Camp in the north of the Kruger to discuss Savannah River-related issues. And this was following those severe floods which happened in the year 2000. And that initial meeting led to the conceptualization of the International Science Network meeting. But it was obviously our founding members, whose pictures are at the bottom there, that actually spearheaded this process and taken this Savannah Science Network meeting to the internationally acclaimed conference that it is today. So in the early 2000s, the Savannah Science Network meeting was held at the Goldfields Auditorium in Skukuza. I'm not sure, some of us, I think Prof. Mabunda was also one of those people in attendance then. But then we moved to the bigger Nombolo Mdluli conference center. But it has a highly diverse and dynamic delegate attendance, which has grown both in numbers and origin over the years. The meeting is intended to encourage researchers to share their research findings and to provide a platform for dialogue between scientists. It provides an opportunity for Sandbox to gauge how effective our research programs actually are. And there's some familiar faces in the photo on the right, because this was done for this year as part of the commemoration of Kruger Centenary. We managed to get some funding to get some hats in the color of the flag, different colors of the flag, to sort of indicate the number of times or when the people actually first started joining the Savannah Science Network meeting. All right, so in 2018, a horizon scanning exercise was conducted with scientists, park managers, and also senior managers across all functions and scales in Sandbox. So it wasn't just scientists, to provide context for developing the key research themes for Sandbox. And all of those items that's listed there is basically what we came up with. And the number 5, just go back, please, was the changing societal expectations of what parks are about and the relevance of conservation is one of the highlights for our CEO and our executive management, sort of just to try and link in with our vision. Over the years, as you've seen now in most of the slides, science has matured into a key Sandbox asset, where the scientists are bridging agents between science, policy, people, all those bubbles there, and nature, basically transforming how the country's national parks are studied, or how they are managed, and how they contribute to global conservation. We play a diverse role, and we are a relatively unique and small house agency-based science function, servicing a large conservation agency. Just careful. Excellent. Yes. So we are also very diverse in our functions and deliverables, many of which are science-based, but not necessarily science itself. Get it wrong. But yeah, we do try and connect to all 5 of those bubbles, and we, as I mentioned, we play quite a diverse role. So just in closing, over the years, like I said, we've matured into a key Sandbox asset. But for this year, we thought in order to commemorate the 100th year of 100 years of Kruger, it is a milestone, and we decided it is too small or too large, sorry, it's too large to try and cramp everything we do in Kruger from a conservation point of view into half an hour, which I try to do now. But Dan told me not to go back in time, too far back in time. But through these webinars, basically, and through this commemoration of Kruger Centenary, we want to pay tribute to all the people who gave their blood, sweat, their tears, and sometimes their lives to make the Kruger the magnificent conservation icon it is today. And it's also through those people's dedication that we can work on information and data from what they collected back in the years when I wasn't even born. I'm using information from then. But please, yeah, if anyone has not seen the links, please go onto our web pages on the social media platforms, and please try and link in, because we have a few more webinars lined up after September as well. But with all that, I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie, for giving us the 100 years of another round of applause for him. And for sharing with us on how we have grown. Can I say me? Because we say we on how we and she was not born yet in 1950, and she kept on reading the site. I was not born yet. It has evolved from the 1902 to 1960. I'm sure all of us could see our years in all these eras. I mean, all of us here, we somehow fit in all those eras as Kruger evolved. the protection of only the game and the environment, the land, to the movement of not only protecting the game, but the entire system, and also the contribution in the management of the group, and how they have diverse in their team, not only on skin color or gender, but in the inclusion of the multidisciplinary skills. That's how we get to achieve and solve some of our most challenging issues. As indicated in the SDGs and also in the agenda duties. Without saying much, please, I'm gonna welcome and introduce our next presenter, who is a former or a NP student, a former NP student in nature conservation. I used to do as Jenny or if you have important issues. I used to do as our student who is in nature conservation. She will take us through the journey and perspectives on work integrated in the Kruger National Park. Over to you.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Jenny Shabango. As they have mentioned, I'm a former conservation student, and today I'll be sharing a little about my work integrated learning experience in the Kruger National Park. Okay, when I was informed or when I found out that I had been selected as one of the students to complete their work integrated learning in Kruger National Park, I was excited, I'm not gonna lie, and I remain truly grateful for that opportunity. However, at that time, I saw it as an opportunity to gain practical experience as one of my academic requirements in order for me to complete my studies. But looking back now, I realized that it became more than just a practical training that I needed to complete my studies, but it became a space for learning, exposure, growth, both personally and career-wise, and also for development. I completed my work integrated learning in 2024 under the Conservation Management Department in Skukuza, and my experience there was honestly a journey filled with amazing learning opportunities and meeting different people for different purposes. I got exposed to most of the nature conservation work that is happening specifically in Skukuza because we're not only limited to our department, but we're allowed to work with other departments like the Veterinary Wildlife Service Department, where I would occasionally go for animal feeding and care and some operations like the morning where they took place. I also worked with the Social Economic Transformation Department for 2 months, where I did environmental education. So basically, we would design lessons and teach school groups and other groups about our local wildlife, ecosystems, and the importance of conservation, not only in terms of wildlife, but also the environment by including environmental issues like pollution in our lessons. And I must say that this part of my experience was very beneficial to me personally because of it improved my social skills in terms of communicating, from addressing a room full of school groups to addressing a room full of adult community members. However, I spent most of the time in my department, which is conservation management, where I did a variety of duties, depending on which duties were available, as every day is different in conservation. Each day brings its own challenges that our conservation team works together to overcome. So I was basically involved in the day-to-day activities that were happening in Skukuza, including our fence maintenance, vegetation, iron invasive plant monitoring and control, fire management, would sometimes go out with researchers, for fieldwork where I got exposed to different research methodologies. And I must, I also did nasal work and herbarium work. And I must say that you get to fully understand what you learn in class once you get exposed to or practically apply whatever that you learned in class. For instance, would go for burning operations during fire season. And honestly, before although I have studied fire, I did not fully understand how it worked in practice before this exposure. So the work integrated learning program in Kruger National Park helped me in bridging the theory that I had acquired with practical experiences. I also had a mentor and supervisors who actively helped me throughout my work integrated learning with my academic assessments and researches. They literally carried me throughout my work, guided me when I would get lost, and pointed me towards the right direction. However, it is not all easy and smooth. Some of the challenges that I faced was adjusting to the professional work environment. It was a bit difficult, especially at first, because everything was new to me and I was not familiar with how things worked. And also the physical demands and the long hours of field work were sometimes exhausting. I also had a challenge keeping up and balancing my work with work. And also there were days where there were no duties assigned. So I had to adapt and learn to take the initiative and seek opportunities to be involved in activities. And with that, I learned that at work, you're not always to wait for work to be handed over to you, but then you have to take the initiative and find the ways to remain productive. And finally, throughout this experience, I have developed important skills such as fieldwork skills, communication, teamwork, and adaptability. The work integrated learning in Kruger National Park has prepared me for the realities of a workplace in the conservation for, and I am truly grateful for that opportunity. Thank you.
Again, another wonderful post changing. She is the kind of good student who wants to mentor in this. We must be fair and be ambassador so that she speaks to those who are involved in the problem. That you should take initiatives and because it's part of our security. So we have a good component because what you produce management is there all around it. Not only in terms of knowledge they get from class, but also for experience they get from organizations. And our strategic partners program, I hope that you will give our students opportunities for them to come and be benefiters in your organization. And before you can share with us, if you can also take one or two students from us and see the partnership there for the open higher generations, that says nation itself, Dr. Andrew and Salati Wilderness Foundation, Rob and the Greater Riverside Biodiversity Initiative. This is our strategic department, so I can, and I'm saying that also this part of the end students, because without the legs, they are not so well rounded, so I should give them the practical experience in order for them to graduate and also to serve the society by time. Going on our program, our next speaker is one of our own doctors, Biodiversity. I have checked your profile up. I know you are our lecturer, but I want to say if he was sitting down from is she in the room? She was here on. Oh, there she is. I was going in my school, affectionately referred to as mother. I have no idea. You know, as mother, has from a young age had a passion for indigenous knowledge, culture, and heritage, and its subsequent preservation. We have students titled indigenous knowledge. She gave evidence that our indigenous knowledge still at the same table as the so-called label conservation knowledge. Really into understanding that we don't choose social science for its own sake. It's about people, with people, for people, to be as better understanding about who, where, as a society, to be as a society, and where we are going. Dr. We call it as you. It's a lecturer in heritage and culture. It's very here, and she has over years established an extensive career in heritage and culture. And it's considered to be one of the leading experts in the field in South Africa and the Centenary region. Dr. Musuku, over to you.
Thank you very much, Shirley. Thanks very much, colleagues and students. And it's interesting because I'm wearing two hats today. And when I was invited, I wasn't sure which of these hats I was invited to represent. I just want to acknowledge the fact that being an environmentalist, I also feel that this is my home. And I'm happy to see some of my ex-colleagues at St. Parks. And Dr. Mamunda was actually my boss at a certain time when I worked in Kruger. And I look up to him because our paths eventually intersected here at UMP. Now I said again. And I also want to acknowledge two very important people in my career as well. Mr. Tabo, who is the General Manager for Culture and Heritage at St. Parks, who I worked with when I was CEO of the South African Heritage Resources Agency. I also want to acknowledge Kruger, who's also at so many intersections, who is a cultural heritage expert within that academic space, and now a member of St. Parks. At a certain time, it was my boss. Now I'm bossing him. He was a board member for SARA. So I owe the space that I stand on the shoulders of these diverse giants, and I owe the space to my students who look up to me as a role model, and I hope I live up to that. I also owe the space to the many students at Rhodes when I was doing my PhD. Many of them called me mother. And when my daughters came, they were like, oh, whose mother are you? Because all the students at Rhodes were happy. On that note, I just want to look at this definition of the environment to say most institutions of conservation do not subscribe to this definition, but this is a definition that is congruent for us as South Africans, because people are very much part and parcel of who we are when we begin to discuss the issue concerning the environment. And this definition comes from a very close colleague as well, who's become internationally known, who's also a conservationist, Robert Donahue. And he defines the environment as interaction dimensions with biodiversity as the base of all our living. And then he says the space is interacted by the social components of our lives and also the economic components of our life, because as much as we conserve for certain purposes, there are economical aspects that are related to it, like tourism, for instance, and that it's regulated politically by legislations, etc. Hence, you have a numerous number of policy directives that direct on how we should look at the environment. So, collective mission, into that one. I have looked at this, I've titled this a collective mission that shapes our mutual beneficial partnerships as SANPARKS, as well as UMP. It has to be a mutually beneficial partnership. And we look at SANPARKS as a laboratory of learning for our students. We look at SANPARKS as playing a pivotal role in extending the tools of science. When Minister Willie Ocamp inaugurated us, one of the key priorities that he pointed out was that our research should inform the management practices that we're looking at in terms of all SANPARKS. Now, which says to conserve, expand, and sustainably manage South African natural and cultural assets. I've also, some people call me a Swiss knife because I'm actually a lecturer for cultural heritage studies, and which I'm an organic cultural heritage expert because I don't really have a degree in cultural heritage. When we're saying natural and cultural assets, we only, as SANPARKS, I'm saying we, as SANPARKS, the cultural assets that we manage, because it's the responsibility of the Department of Arts and Culture, we only manage associated cultural assets that advance the conservation of biodiversity. We also have a very big role as a university, as you see from our values, as you can see from our research function, that innovation is at the forefront of what we do. We want to be innovative in doing our research, and also we want to be innovative in terms of how we engage with neighbors. I'm going to talk about geographies of meaning. Meaning is diverse, and there are diverse meanings in the interaction of these dimensions that I've talked about, and how we interpret these natural landscapes, which are also called cultural landscapes in many respects. Now, when we look at social, ecological, and spiritual rights, they are also legislated. So there's a number of legislations that interact with the business that is being done at SANPARKS. You look at the National Heritage Resources Act of 1999, and it prioritizes the importance of graves as sites of significance. And we look at these cultural landscapes and natural landscapes, these natural landscapes. On this natural landscape, the meaning of conservation is imbued by cultural work that we need to do. And when I joined KZN Wildlife and later joined SANPARKS, people were crying for the rights to visit their graves, to observe spiritual rites of passage, and also just spiritual rites of connection. We also have a number of heritage objects that have been instrumental in defining our relationship with the parks. and therefore the National Heritage Resource Act comes in here. We also have seascapes. And within the seascapes, we have a convention, a UNESCO convention entitled The Conservation of Underwater Cultural Heritage, which is a strong archaeological research component. If you look at the fish, the coelacanth, which was rediscovered in the species of Ismail, which was considered as extinct, but at the same time was considered as our spiritual leaders as very significant in shaping cultural understanding and the relationship between people and the sea. Then, when we look at our faunal species, there's a spiritual significance around them. The white lions, which are associated with spirituality and purity. At a certain time, when I was working at Sarah, there was a call to declare white lions as animals of cultural significance, but there was pollution of heritages because they were considered to have a unique gene pool. That didn't go because of the conflictual relationships between these two legislations, the Protected Areas Act of 2023 and the National Heritage Act of 1999. In Ngomoni, which is the wilderness, you cannot be a traditional leader without the tail of Ngomoni. Interesting enough, as much as we have so many traditional leaders who need that tail to be recognized, we don't have the species under threat as compared to the rhino. We need to begin to unpack. There's a big demand for the Ngomoni tail. But the issue of poaching, which makes some parties doing a very great job in managing those aspects. Leopards, we need to begin to look at sustainable use. Everybody that considers themselves as royalty, whatever name, etc., wants to name the leopard. But there are ways that have been observed here where there's commercialization now of the development of material-made leopard skins that people can work. And these are some of the innovative strategies that would assist us in promoting sustainable management of these resources. We also, when we're looking at the socio-ecological issues, we need to also just guard against erasure and begin, and I'm trusting my colleagues Homo here and Dr. Joe, that we don't get this erasure. When you look at the migratory routes from Mozambique to Edgegold, where people were looking for gold, we need to observe them and begin to map them so that we don't experience a sense of erasure. All our landscapes, that's why we know saying that there is an authentic, there's a, what is it called? The space, it's a space state of something not having been touched by a human being. It does not exist because all our landscapes and seascapes are covered by memories. When you look at the photo libraries that we have in our libraries, they begin to reflect a certain epoch in our lives and how we regarded nature. There's a racist connotation in it. And I charge those that are present here to begin to go to those photo libraries. When you look at those photo libraries, there is a white ranger with a name, and the rest are just others. Then othering. We need to challenge that othering and give people purpose life and begin to document their lives. I'm hoping that in our look at work integrated planning, we begin to look at that. We have graves that are celebrated in Kruger, the dogs' graves, etc. But I think Kruger is littered with graves of people that have played a significant role in the conservation and the promotion of conservation, which needs to be acknowledged. We are beginning to look, when we look at interpretation of our science for fauna and floral species, our reference mainly on scientific names and also in English names. Before conservation, these plants and these animals had indigenous names. So in promotion of our languages, which are considered as national languages, we need to begin to teach the world what these plants and animals are called, instead of referring to the wilderness as a simple one. Instead of lion, it's a panthera, what is it called, panthera something? It's a lion, ubes. Let's begin to promote our language, because language is the promotion of our culture, and behind it are embedded multiple meanings. Okay, I'm going to get to a very interesting section here, where and we move to the next. Okay, where we look at social economic transformations, jobs and money, I avoid to say we are celebrating progress 100 days. We are not celebrating. We are commemorating it. We are acknowledging what Kruger is. We cannot celebrate at this particular time until we address the disparities that are continuing disparities and challenge those disparities. Land disposition. Lucky enough, on the 29th of this month, I'll be in Kruger. Minister Ockham is going to be there. We are going to be signing over a restitution to some of the communities that lost their land to the conservation effort. So we're slowly moving to celebrate. Right now we're commemorating because we're addressing these injustices of the past. Livestock, people lost livestock. There were diseases in the past. Again, there were management practices for animals and game. For animals and livestock. When people were traveling, those herders would move their heads to make sure that there's no transfer of there's no fly and other diseases. They would bend the land before their cattle would move on, to make sure that they boil the saliva of the buffalo. And that was indigenous knowledge, to ensure that when the cattle move through, those have been dealt with. Now, we see also varied models of restitution, which is going to lead us now very closely to celebration. When we look at Kalahari and Tabombeli, that form of restitution was given there was to carve out a piece of land within the Kalahari Transparent and give it to the Khoi to recognize their cultural rights and the ownership of the land. We're looking at different forms of restitution this time with Minister Ockham, which is a beneficial scheme. We can't afford to take the land that they lost, but we need to look at alternatives to ensure that their lifelong, their histories are resurrected. So we're singing a different form of restitution. Sustained settlements. We look at this Mangaliso, there's a community there, Makakata community, where they still resides in the park, mutually and respectfully. So these are forms of recognition that there are no pristine areas in our landscapes. All these landscapes have been touched by people. Now, there's this issue that I'm actually, as chairperson of the conservation committee, saying, I know Dr. Malcolm worked a very great deal looking at concessions and parks. That is one of his most important contributions to management of parks. When he looks at concessions, and with these concessions, there's a lowering of fences to benefit the neighbors. But the members that are benefiting are primarily white people. I'm not being racist in there, but I'm also saying, as we look at this as an institution and as neighbors, we cannot only own the benefits of concessions. We also have to have a collective responsibility of restitution. If you look at the shops in Kruger, you can walk in there and know this is the black people's shop for addressing issues of the public. It has an after-shame outcome. We want those data so beneficial to our board. We also expect the university, the entrepreneurial department, to begin to assist and ensure that there's respectability as we look at those institutional issues. So we are wanting partnerships to ensure that the outlook of our engagement is a respectable engagement. Next one. Now, when we look at our interactions, we have interactions with our floral spaces and also with our natural spaces. For instance, the Adoncia digitata nouns, the baobab. The relationship that we have from a medicinal point of view is by suggestion, anatomical suggestion. If the plant looks a certain way, our traditional wisdom is associated with healing. If you look at the baobab, it's believed to enhance lactation because it looks like a breast and it's used for associated with making sure that women eat the baobab tree to promote milk production. Then another plant that we look at is the Astrologia litoralis, which is the scrambling Dutchman's pie. It looks like a sexual organ. And the pods and the flowers look like an opening of a vagina. That the suggestive nature of this plant has lent itself to be a plant that is used for our engagements, our reproductive engagement, pleasure engagements, because of the suggestive anatomy of the part. The violet tree impales. Does anybody know what this is? People are smiling. I can see some people smiling. It's popularly used in the Venda area, and it is used because of the way it is shaped. Also contributes in addressing issues of sexuality. Then we have the sausage tree as well. Do you know the sausage tree there? Yeah, and you can tell me what it's used for. Huh? It's a liver. Then we have the Pelargonium sidioris, which is another plant. And because of its color, it's used to deal with issues of bronchitis, throat, and congestion. I want to move on. That was just for excitement, just to show some of the relationships that are part of our cultural relationship with plants, which is beyond just the scientific microscopic checking, but it's all about how we see and view our relationship. The next one. My initial research actually for my PhD was in Kalahari, which was reading the environment as text. Because the environment is text and there's lots of writing that we see on it. And these ways of looking and ways of knowing are significant. You look at Alfred Beatty. He was a ranger in the Kalahari. He was highly regarded as one of the most sophisticated trackers the world has ever seen in South Africa. He was of San origin, and most of the research in Kruger would use him as a tracker. This is where we see the coming together of technology and indigenous wisdom, where a cyber tracker at this particular time, I've forgotten who the name of the guy was who created the cyber tracker, and often people get into the field and just stop and tell you there was a leopard here, it killed this type of animal, it was male or female. He would read the text like an amazing scientist I mean, in the academic way. And also the issue of land rights. On Benny, David Graeber, Fedgard, these are some of the local people in the Kalahari who demanded space, that this is their land and they want to be buried in the Southern Dunes. I remember working at Sandparks at the time with David here. And I fought very hard to ensure that these people are buried there. I would take off my pamphlets and say, now the community member. And then we need to restore the rights for people to be buried in a land that they see the status. And then in our interaction with some of these colleagues, taking students there, the sand was their board. They would go into the sand with the students, put their elbow, do signs, and they will see a chameleon on the ground. And when we suggest that just in this and help with this, they will erase it. It was magical working with the sand people. They also had played a very big role when they were used by the upper state system in terms of checking, because they could check when someone went, whether the person was male or female, and which direction they went, and the time that these people went. So these are some of the histories that are part and parcel of our collective relationship between the landscapes and the environment. And of course, we begin to look at the history of the Kalahari and the dropping of fences between Botswana and South Africa, opening up those migratory routes for animals, also opening the relationships between the Khoi and the San who lived on both sides of the fence. Now, having said that, as partners within the mutually beneficial partnerships, we need to look and forge ways ahead with purpose. At the board level, we have approved that Sandparks become an NRF-rated institution. We've also approved that we cannot see a one-purpose kind of research. We need to begin to look at inclusive research, which looks at heritage, which looks at tourism, which looks at security, which looks at all these components that are happening at Sandparks. So we should be looking at the development of a research strategy that is inclusive of the whole business that Sandparks is involved in. Working integrated learning is very, very important. And our MOU and our discussions that we had with the management of Kruger when we went there with the CEO, when we went there with the Vice Chancellor, began to make out the areas of work integrated learning. So I think next year when we have this meeting, I'm sure that we'll be looking broader than just this moment, but we'll be looking at what is coming up from in terms of research from the whole Sandparks. We also begin to look at the languages of business. As an institution, we are offering languages. We are looking at communities that come into the park. The Chinese, they hardly speak English, the Germans. We need to be working together to ensure that those languages are practical languages that will ensure that our children that are seated here, who graduate with a very bleak future, begin to see the spaces where they can forge livelihoods. Placements, definitely. And of course, my colleagues here who are working within the cultural and heritage space have done amazing work. There's just the two of them here in the whole. But if you look at the mission statements, the people issues are very much at the core. Culture is very much at the core. So we need to begin at issues of capacity as well to ensure that we live to meet our mission. As we all would say, all roads of learning shall be open to all. In our collective partnership, in forging our mutual beneficial partnerships between Sandparks and UMP, we need to make sure that we are forging a future of promise for our students. Akube kuhle, kukhanya, ngiyabonga.
As we do another round of applause. Maybe are they, you see those plans in what they do and what they do. From the presentation, see we have touched on nicely all things. Not only certain people because they walk certain roles, but for us to recognize all things is important. And you're deciding on the inner states of this. I'm not sure if there's a board somewhere at Kruger that has not all systems, but the core ones in all our languages. I know our languages are very broad. I know Motswana, and I know also languages evolve. There's one that I speak today. I'm not sure if there's one that was spoken 40, 80 years ago. Languages evolve, but you must find a way, a way of keeping them and also recording them as they evolve. And also, I know they evolve. We have discovered some we haven't discovered. They've been there, there's nothing new under the sun. They have been there, but it's about us discovering them and translating them into our indigenous languages. For FENPAC to obtain an NRA rating, I think there's which let's watch in the direction, and also the increasing of research strategies to BMP and FENPAC. There's a lot of research that is done by researchers at BMP. Small pockets of it and different ones, large scale, small scales of research and the Kruger with FENPAC. So we need to have a way of formalizing this, strategizing it, and have a day where all our students and researchers, not all, present the work that they are doing. Okay, we said that on our program we've got Helsani Kuna. We say as Helsani Kuna is excited about protecting ecological integrity and ensuring that conservation efforts are grounded in solid science. Her role lies in the interface between research and management. Application operating in this space, she helps translate scientific insights into practicals. Practical evidence-based on strategies that inform policy, guide action, and ultimately support the long-term health of our savanna and grassland ecosystem. She aims to promote conservation, not only for it to be effective, but also adaptable and for it to be informed by the latest ecological understanding. Concerning this company. Biodiversity monitoring in the Kruger National Park.
Okay, thank you so much for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. As is already introduced me, I'm Sunny, and I honored to be part of this important discussion today. So thank you for the invite. Today I'll be speaking about biodiversity monitoring, which is the work that we do in the park and its role in conservation. So what is monitoring? It is the systematic tracking of species, of ecosystem, and of ecological processes over time. It allows us to understand change, to also detect early warning signs and guide management decisions. It allows us to understand the dynamics of the ecosystem in which you're trying to protect. And as today is the International Day for Biodiversity, I'd like us to view that in the lens of the theme of the International Day of Biodiversity, which is acting locally for global impact. This theme highlights how local actors can contribute to. Sorry, I haven't moved yet. Okay. So it highlights how local actions can contribute to broader global biodiversity outcomes. By providing data of species, ecosystem changes, it allows us to measure progress and adapt how to manage the ecosystems. And in doing so, it connects to local conservation actions. So, as we all know, I suspect that there's a lot of conservation people here. Monitoring takes place in its multi-level. It takes place across species, ecosystems, and landscape, and is also influenced by factors such as climate change, the surrounding land use, types of the area that we're trying to monitor, and as well as different types of disturbance regimes, as well as human activities. So in a large and dynamic system like the Kruger National Park, this is especially because as you know, the Kruger is not an island, it's not isolated. And because of this, ecological processes within the Kruger are influenced by the internal dynamics of the system. So now, let's get started on what exactly this long-term monitoring activities are. And what they evolve actually in practice. So at species level, this includes monitoring species of special concern such as the white and black rhino in the Kruger National Park. And this involves conducting aerial censuses where aircraft are used to systematically survey the 2 million hectare landscape that Katie highlighted. And but so this surveys, kind of surveys of surveying rhinos, we estimate rhino numbers, distributions, and the population of the species over time. So we have long-term data for rhino populations in the Kruger National Park. And given the complexities of the Kruger National Park, aerial census allows us to cover the whole scale and actually reach areas where are not easily accessible by patrolling or even driving. So observers record sightings of the rhinos, their population size, the groups, basically the demographic of the species, and you see them from at an aerial view. And this type of monitoring is particularly important in the context of ongoing threats such as the poaching that is very problematic in that space. So also at a level, rhinos are not the only things that we monitor in the Kruger National Park. We also have other species of special concern, which is a problem on its own. These species span a wide range of ecosystems. It includes mammals, birds, reptiles, and plants. And they are monitored, they have different monitoring techniques which we use to monitor each one of them depending on the species. And also they are monitored in different frequencies, it's not the same. So For example, animals like birds, we use processes like counts of activeness, for example, vultures. They are not easy to monitor, so we use different kind of processes to actually try to understand the population of our species. What's the So, other species of special concerns are the crocodile and the hippopotamus. We also survey this area and we do river runs using a helicopter. And these species are closely linked to the Palms River health, and they are important indicators of our river systems. And this is because the species depend directly on the availability of the good quality water. And so minor changes in that system can actually affect their reproductive size. That will be. So as I've already sort of like highlighted that monitoring is very dynamic. I will also have ecosystem level kind of monitoring, and the river health program is one kind of that monitoring, and this is crucial because rivers are a critical component of the ecosystem, and because of where Kruger is placed, it is placed at the downstream of many of our major rivers. So what that means is it receives all the whatever that is happening in the catchment areas is actually going to end up in the national park. And most especially because we are surrounded by different land use types. We've got mining, we've got agricultural lands bordering our protected areas, as well as residential areas, etc. But this program is also very important at a global and regional scale because as South Africa, we are sort of like responsible for the water that goes to our neighbor, which is Mozambique. So the water, the river that flows from our western to the eastern boundary of the park, we must ensure that when it gets to Mozambique, it's actually of good quality because we are internationally obligated. So another component of ecosystem level monitoring that we do in the Kruger National Park is the alien plants species. We mostly focus on plants, but that's because that's what we mostly have. But it encompasses both animals and plants. So just in case you don't know, alien invasive species are species that are naturally not native in the area. So this kind of species can be harmful to the ecosystem that we're trying to conserve because it might, for example, compete the native species, change the functioning of the native ecosystems, and cause negative impacts at different levels. So this kind of monitoring focuses on detecting the presence of the species, the spread, as well as the densities. And it is done through field survey, mapping, and targeting monitoring high-risk areas such as the riparian area. Because mainly it's been found as the most active pathway that brings in alien species in the park. And this work is also has been mostly funded by the Biodiversity Working for Water program. Yeah. So
One other program that we have, biodiversity monitoring program that we have, is the vegetation condition in Kruger National Park. And this is because vegetation forms the structural and functional foundation of the savanna ecosystem. So it influences habitat availability, species distribution, and overall ecosystem processes. And so changes in vegetation can therefore have cascading effects on the ecosystem. And in Kruger, vegetation monitoring is conducted through a network of long-term monitoring studies. And this allows us to track those changes. And this includes changes in plant species composition, tree densities, grass cover, and the balance between the woody and grasses components over time. And it is particularly important in a system like Kruger National Park, where vegetation dynamics are actually shaped by multiple interactive factors, including rainfall, variability, fire regimes, and ecosystem engineers like elephants. So we also monitor the impact of mega herbivores that we have in the Kruger National Park. Elephants, as we know, they are ecosystem engineers. They play a significant role in shaping the savanna ecosystem through feeding, trampling, pushing over trees, etc. Yeah, it can be noticed sometimes. And so in the Kruger monitor this by focusing not only on their numbers, but on their ecological impact. And this includes tracking changes of tree densities of where they spend time the most. And we call this the elephant impact areas. And then we also use proxies like the loss in large and mature trees in a system, or we also use down counts in an area as a proxy to say this is where elephants are spending most of their time. That's why we're seeing this kind of impact. So elephant impacts are also closely linked to other ecosystem processes that I have mentioned and some that I will still mention. For example, changes in vegetation structure can influence fire. So elephants may cause a change in vegetation structure and then cascading to changes in fire regime. And also, while water is available in river system, and that can also affect the elephant distribution across the landscape. So another key ecosystem process that is closely linked in the Kruger is fire. Fire is a natural and component of maintaining the savanna. It's essential component for the savanna ecosystem. It plays a critical role in shaping the vegetation structure, maintaining the balances between the grass and the woody species, and influencing habitat availability for wildlife species. So in the Kruger fire, it's not just a process, but also an active, actively monitored process. And this includes tracking the frequency, the intensity of the fire, and also seasonality and the spatial extent of the fire across the landscape. So we also use satellite imagery along with ground-based observation, and we map this and record fire events over time. So another important aspect that we monitor. Sorry, I think
Do you see a slide with a tower? No. Okay. No, it's fine, then I'll just speak. So we also monitor water and carbon flux in the system. This is because these are key processes that regulate how water and carbon move through the urban ecosystem. And they influence everything from vegetation growth and ecosystem productivity and resilience. And at its core, the work that was supposed to be showing on this slide there that is subject for some reason. That work seeks to understand fundamental questions of how much, how and when does water and carbon move between the air surface and the atmosphere. So in Kruger, this monitoring is conducted in collaboration with the CSIR and the STEWARDSHIP. And we have long-term data that is supported by infrastructure, which is the flag tower, which is one of the oldest flag towers that we have here in the country. So it would have been cool for you to see that. Just for that. And then next. Yeah, it was supposed to be. Okay, thanks. This is the Renaissance Tower in the country, and it's hosted in Kruger, and through this infrastructure, we have long-term data of where we understand carbon flux and water. So all these monitoring programs that I just highlighted are not conducted for their own sake. Rather, they are designed to inform decision making and guide management actions through adaptive management, right? And in this context, monitoring provides the evidence needed to evaluate whether current management efforts are effective and to adjust where necessary. Like the previous speakers said that Kruger is actually a living laboratory. So we learn, we adapt, we change, and also with the changing environment and influenced by external drivers like climate change and floods and factors like that. So in practice, this means that the data that we collect across species, across those ecosystems that I was talking about, and the influences of those ecological processes are continuously feeding back into management. And as new information becomes available, strategies are refined, like I said, and then they are changed and with the changing conditions of the system. So this approach is particularly important in a dynamic ecosystem like the one we have in the Kruger National Park, where there is a lot of uncertainties and a lot of external pressures. And so adaptive management allows us to respond to those complexities. So bringing all of this together, biodiversity monitoring in the Kruger National Park, as I've said, is across multiple levels, from species to ecosystem and processes. And these monitoring efforts are not conducted in isolation, but they are designed to generate the knowledge that we need to guide management, to support adaptive management, and to make those important decisions over time. And importantly, this work also contributes to broader networks. What are these logos are not my funders. It's just to show where the data that we collect is feeding into at a regional and a global scale. So as you can see, the monitoring that through support frameworks such as the conservation of biodiversity, scientists, climate agreements, and national and regional policies such as the number and the NEMPA and some of those cross boundaries agreement that we have with our neighboring countries. So in this way, biodiversity illustrates how local sites, activities, local sites effort can work and connect directly to global processes. Ultimately, it reflects that thing that I was talking about of acting locally for a global impact. Thank you.
I think it's another story. It's a lot of work, I'm telling you. You know, I work in adaptability. Maybe we do appreciate technology. Maybe technology covers some of the aspects of monitoring because of data and work. So in the scroll, you have shown us some of the English that cross. So one can just pick it up from here and say, no, this one is what we wanted to get. You can't really it for the people who are employed in our site who are eligible to do it. Our colleagues know that I should, our next vendor is Tertiary Zero. Tertiary were since 2011 as a junior scientist before being appointed as the biodiversity scientist in 2015. In 2024, she obtained a PhD and was also appointed as the senior manager since the connection in the senior. Her work encompasses the field of soil science, fire ecology, climate change, and hydrology. Tasia is a research associate in the Department of Soil Health and Climate Sciences in the University of Free State. Why so far? And the study based on African Council to ensure scientific professions in water, soil, science. Tasia, over to you. A reflection of the 2026 months of the Kruger National Park.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naledi. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, so we know that, today is International Day for Biological Diversity, and Kansani gave a great presentation that shows that, there's monitoring of biodiversity, but ecosystem monitoring and keeping track of that is just as important. We do also know that sometimes there are these major events that happens in the ecosystem. And because this is still within recent times, we thought that we would reflect on the recent floods in Kruger National Park. So I'll be talking many R's, being rainfall, rivers, relief, recovery. But what's important is also the 3 S's that Dan had put, science, society, stewardship. But before I get into that, I just want to acknowledge a lot of the water team that was very instrumental in the disaster management committee during this time as the park is trying to navigate this historical flood that we dealt with. So when we think of the 3 S's, I think we want to start with society before we get into the science of what happened with the floods. And we just want to acknowledge the human element behind the floods, because when people think floods, they just think water, they think what impact it had on the park, but we need to acknowledge the impact these floods had on people, both inside and outside the park. These floods had catastrophic impacts on people's lives. Within South Africa, those that remember, nearly 40 people died and lost their lives during this time. In just one community in Limpopo near Palabora, more than 30 houses were completely washed away, like off their foundation, washed away. And in Mozambique, more than 100 people lost their lives, and it displaced nearly 700,000 people. Okay. So I think it's just important that we acknowledge what the impact has had on people. We had a nice little introduction from Kathy earlier, that showed how big Kruger is, where we positioned in the country and where we fall in within South African national parks, but also that we're part of a larger Transfrontier conservation area. It's quite interesting that when we think floods, you think a lot of water, but Kruger generally is considered a water limited ecosystem. We do deal with a lot of droughts, and water is a key driver in our ecosystem. If you have a lot of rain, you get a lot of grasses. It's great for grazers and browsers. But then also when you have a little water, that also has an impact again on herbivores. So water, like fire, are very important drivers controlling ecosystem function and patterns. So if you look at Kruger and where it's positioned downstream of major catchments in the country, we're extremely vulnerable to the rainfall that falls both within Kruger, but also upstream, right, further west of the park. And what then happens is all this water that flows from the west outside Kruger, the water inside Kruger, all eventually flows into Mozambique, right? So they're even more susceptible to these catastrophic flooding impacts. Kruger has an extensive network of drainage lines. So there's more than 30,000 kilometers of rivers, streams, and drainage lines in the park. So you can imagine that the likelihood of impacts along rivers, bridges, camps is high just because we have so many drainage networks within the park itself. So we're going to go into what happened before the floods, during the floods, and after. And before the floods actually happened, South African Weather Services did give national warnings around the anticipated weather system that was coming through. And unlike our previous flooding events that were linked to cyclone systems, this was actually just a low pressure system that hovered over the low veld for more than a week. And it resulted in daily warnings of extreme weather, of extreme rainfall that was predicted by SA Weather Services that started already the weekend of the 10th and 11th of January. As a precaution, the camps in the northern part of Kruger, basically from the Limpopo River down towards Olifants, was evacuated as a precaution. But on the 15th and the 16th of January, we had an unprecedented level 10 warning that was issued for Kruger. That's level 10 out of 10, right? So that's the highest possible warning that weather services can give. So I just want to acknowledge Dr. Naledi was talking about the use of technology, very important, because what we were able to do is the bottom right imagery over there is radar imagery that is controlled by SA Weather Services, but we have access to that. It was able to show us where in real time these weather systems were sitting, both inside the park and to the west outside the park. So we could keep track of water already coming from upstream on its way down to the park. So during the flood, we had a lot of rain, right? So more than half of the rainfall stations in the park measured more rainfall during the single month of January compared to its mean annual rainfall. So for example, if the mean annual rainfall is 550 mils, some places were getting 600 mils, for example, just in January alone, just to put that into perspective. So for example, Punta Maria, during a normal year, will get around 531 mils, but in January measured 750 mils during January alone. Palabora expects around 500 mils of rainfall throughout the year, but measured 709 mils in January alone. What's interesting is that 90% of that 705 mils fell just within that 8 days during the floods. What's also important to acknowledge is that this was on the backdrop of a very wet early summer season, right? So around November to December, we really got a lot of rainfall. For example, Letaba received 60% of its annual rainfall just in those 2 months before January even happened. Bafuri got more than 100% of its mean annual rainfall in November and December already. So by the time that rainfall had hit us in January, we were already very, very saturated. So during the floods, if you look at the flooding impacts, it started in the far northern Bafuri, but within 3 days, the impacts were widespread. We were trying to navigate a situation in which flooding impacts were all the way from the Limpopo River in the far north down to the Crocodile River in the south. It was all hands on deck, north to south, east to west. We were trying to, deal with that situation. So this is just some of the imagery from inside the park. Those that know the park really well, on the bottom right is Sable Height in Palabora. This is around in and around Sukuza on the main road towards Pretoria Scope. This is at the Delaport Waterhole. Top left, that is the main tar road between Shingwitz and Punta Maria. That's like the N1, right, for Kruger. That main tar road that connects us from the south to the north. And then up on the right is also this a very short, small little spread called the Shisha spread. Most people don't even pay attention to it, but that completely covered the road. And you can see the impact that had on the tarring. Like, yeah, it causes extreme damage. And then just to put some of this into some numbers, right? So I'm just going to focus on three catchments, so three rivers. The Shingwitzi, where we have one of the gauging stations, Silverfish, which is the dam in Woodlands, just before the flood, like a couple of days to a week, right, in January. We had about 1 cubic of water. That was about 20 centimeters of water. Peak flood, right, in the middle of that week of around the 11th to the 18th of Jan, reached just over 1,200 cubics, so roughly 3 meters of water. If you compare that to historical floods, it's more than 2013 floods and very similar to the 2000 floods. In Letaba was the camp or the region of the park that made the news during this time. We have 2 gauging stations inside the park. One is Black Heron at Masangeni, just as the river enters the park on the west, and then further down at Engelhard, which is very near to Letaba race camp. Before the flood, we had about 30 to 50 cubics of water, about a meter or so. Very normal conditions for that time of the year. But during the peak of the flood, what we had at Black Heron was around 13 meters height of water, which is around 8,000 cubics. And then at Engelhard, near Letaba camp, it was more than 9,000 cubics of water. Compared to the 2000 floods, 2013 floods, this is the highest flood we've had on record for the system in the park. We're saying this is a minimum because what ended up happening is the instruments failed to even measure how much water was coming through because it's pressure transducer. So the higher the water is, the instruments can no longer log, meaning it was even greater than those readings. Olifants, Mamba Weir, which is very close to Palabora Gate, Palulu, which is further downstream near the high water bridge, just a bit to the east of the high water bridge. Before the floods happened, we had about 200 to 250 cubics, just over a meter of water. But during the flood, this was reaching at about 5.5 to 6 meters of water. Once again, the loggers also failed because the instruments could not handle that amount of water that was coming through that system. So yeah, because also compare that to previous floods, it was really significant as well. So what I'm going to do quickly is just to give you some of the hydro graphs, right? We're going to focus on the Letaba catchment because this was the one that most people would be familiar with. And if we look at where the park is positioned downstream, right? So Engelhard is a station on the furthest east near Letaba camp. Black Heron is on the western boundary of the park, just as the river enters. We have Letaba Ranch, which is on the Groot Letaba, and we have another gauging station near Togiani on the Klein Letaba. These gauging stations are managed by the sanitation. This data is freely available online, etc. So it's really easy to actually keep track of this of the flows on its way down to the park. So I'm going to quickly just zoom into what is happening at these gauging stations outside the park before we look at the data from inside the park. And if we look at the Klein Letaba, which is near Giyani, the top graph over there, you can see that first peak came through on the 13th of January, right? So you're looking at about 2.5 meters of water outside the park in the Giyani area. But by the 15th of January, which is when the flood actually happened downstream in the park itself, that was the third high peak that came through within just two days, right? So kept on doing this. So by the time the third peak came through, that system was extremely saturated. And
down here on the Kruger Tower at the Taba Ranch. That peak also came through at its highest level at about 10 meters of height of water on the 15th of January in the early hours of the morning. Those that maybe know that area, the main tar road between Palabora and Giyani as you go past Silwani towards Palau Valley, that high water bridge was completely covered by the water. So those that know that area knows how high that bridge is. Right, so what ended up happening at Black Heron, where both the Klein Letaba and Groot Letaba now meets, is this, right? So we had at 8:30, the water had reached Maflanken, 8:30 in the morning. And at that point, it was about 11 meters of water. And you can see what the loggers did after that. It completely bombed out. It just couldn't handle that amount of water. And then, of course, when that water was coming down, we were keeping track of it around 6 a.m. already in the morning. We were like, this water's coming, because we could see the data on the loggers. By the time it reached the Taba race camp, it was so quick. You're looking at about a good 30-40 kilometers of distance that the water has to travel, but it reached the Taba race camp within an hour and a half. That's how quick that water moves. So if you think about it, the greater the volume of water, the faster the water even moves. So it was absolutely crazy, to be honest about it, how quickly that water moved. And you can understand how people often get caught in these situations when this water comes through, because it's so fast. It hardly gives people even time to plan around it, especially if you're not familiar with data that's available out and how to interpret the data, etc. You can understand why people in the general public do get caught in these situations that can be completely devastating. So yeah, so it reached about 6 meters within the camp down towards Engelhard Dam. These are pictures from Letaba after the flood happened. This is inside the camp. Many of you might have seen this picture in the media already. Those are some of the units completely submerged. That was a grain drive vehicle that was trying to get to tourists in time. And then, yeah, that's imagery from inside the tent, the top right over there. You can see, because obviously that amount of water scoured the riverbanks upstream, brought trees and logs, sediment, etc. This is a fridge that got completely wedged between the two logs on the veranda at one of the units over there. It just also shows how strong that wood is, right? It's lead wood often that's used for that. And then the middle picture on the bottom right is Engelhard Dam. That dam has withstood floods since it was constructed in the 1970s, and it broke this time. This time completely breached. And then yeah, that's the walkway in the Taba on the bottom right over there. So this just shows the power of water. What we do know is that floods have been part of the system for a very long time, and it plays an important role ecologically as well. So if you look at some of the satellite imagery from the early 2000s to 2012, 2013, 2017, 2023, to after the floods in 2026, I just want to focus on a few areas of interest. One of which is on the beginning of the stream, right? So you can see this is very soon after the 2000 floods. It was a bit scoured after 2005, slowly got vegetated over time because the riparian vegetation recovers, etc. It recovers, and then once again got washed away and scoured out now after this last flood. If you zoom into this bit over here along the Letaba on the Lebovo on the south, you can see the course that the river has taken. It's pity the pointer is not going to work on the LED screen. But you can see the course of the flow of the water, right? And then after the floods in around 2012 that we had in the far north, the river completely changed course at that point, right? Over here, it's flowing in this direction, a bit to the top after this little oxbow that they formed previously. This oxbow started getting vegetated over time, and once again now, the vegetation has been scoured out. And then lastly, you can see in the top left, even after the 2000 floods was nice, you know, the river meandered very nicely, all the vegetation was intact. After the 2013 floods, scoured straight through here, as luckily I can reach over here. Scoured straight through on this, took a shortcut, boom, right through, and then by 2023, it started using that course, right? But I wasn't following that course. In 2026, it still carries on. That course scoured a little bit, but that vegetation is still there. So these floods have a role that it plays in changing the channel morphology, changing the riverine ecosystem, but it just shows how dynamic and resilient these systems are to recover post floods. So yeah, now let's talk revenue. This is the other R, right? So due to the camp closure and inaccessibility that we had during the time, commercial operations stalled, right? So really suffered. It was estimated that during that, because remember January was still Q4 of our financial year, it was estimated that 25 million rand was lost in revenue because we had to close camps, etc. Had to close gates for many days. And it's projected that for this financial year, we're still predicting a loss of 80 million rand just for Kruger. Kruger is a very important park, just like Table Mountain National Park, Garden Route National Park, that out of all the parks, those three are a lot of our money makers, right? It helps us fund our smaller parks that don't make so much money. So you can imagine what implications this has for sandparks more broadly, although the flood was just in Kruger. Keeping in mind that Garden Route and other parks also dealt with floods not too long ago. So yeah, so that's around the revenue. Now into the other R around relief and aid and recovery. So emergency relief for staff that was stranded in camps where access was cut. It was one of our most urgent actions that we had post floods, actually even during the flood still. There were times where the helicopters needed to get resources to staff stuck in camps still during the floods, and it was raining intensely still during that time. So it was a lot of people that had to come on board, lots of departments and colleagues that had to assist, because we really got an outpour from civil society and the general public that wanted to assist. So we got lots of donations, and it was now just a matter of getting it to people that were stuck in camps. This, as a mom, this picture on the bottom right, bottom left really broke my heart, because when I saw that, I was like, a year when SPAR closes and you needed formula and you just get there when it's closed, it's devastating. Now imagine being cut off for days and you have no other access to get nappies or formula for your child. So you can imagine, I was like, I'm sure that's the best bottle of milk that little baby has had. And then also our ranger staffs also being stuck, also with their families in various parts of the camp as well, in various parts of the park, some of the donations given to them. And then after that as well, while doing this as well, there was also relief that was provided both to our staff internally but externally as well to affected community members outside the park. Our SET colleagues were very involved with sharing the donations that we got to ourselves to the broader landscape, both outside the park as well. In terms of recovery and repair, it's estimated that more than half a billion rand in damage is what we had experienced. And in the interest of both conservation and commercial operations, restoring the following was critical: access and connectivity. People were cut off for such a long period of time, not only getting resources, but access to services, whether it was healthcare, home affairs, people lost birth certificates, IDs, etc. Access and connectivity is imperative. Cell phone reception is imperative. And then, of course, bulk infrastructure and services. Electricity is cut off, water is cut off. If you think about it, people often, when you think of floods, you think of water damage and floods only. But sometimes what could happen, you could be sitting in a camp as elevated as Olifants. You fall from the water itself, but your water supply comes from down at the river. So when your entire pump stations are washed away, you have no water. So in conclusion, what we realized, because what we are most grateful for is having no loss of life inside the park. There are thousands of people in the park, both staff and tourists. And the fact that we had no loss of life is one of, I think, our top achievements, right? And the reason for that is because we had such a diverse and active disaster management team. It was made up of many, many colleagues in various departments. It didn't matter if you were just dealing with hospitality or tourists. that decisions were around that. It was, you know, our SET colleagues around people's wellness and well-being, around finances, our rangers, our conservation management, our comms colleagues, they were super busy. They were very busy. Keeping the public informed, keeping the staff informed, those that are cut off, for example, so that they know, don't worry, like there are people that are trying their best to get to you. And then having this open communication between stakeholders across institutions, us, water affairs, SA weather services, etc. And then also having this regional and international border communication. We were, because especially when the loggers and the instruments started failing, we were so, what's the word? Keen and knowing how important it was that we still had communication with downstream users in Mozambique, so dam operators, for example. When we saw the water levels rising, we would notify them already so that they could preemptively release water sitting in their dams before the water even got to them. So there was this transboundary communication that we had to have with people downstream as well, dam operators, so that they could anticipate incoming water before it actually got there, so that they could make space for the incoming water. So that was quite imperative. And then the value of social media, Facebook. What helped, especially with the systems along the Olifants and the Tabas, that the day before, there were already people posting on Facebook about the floods in and around the Palabora area, right? There was a lot in around the Hoedspruit area. So that type of notifications from the ground already help put the data into perspective. And then also the WhatsApp groups. The Disaster Management Committee was a very busy WhatsApp group. You would have your last post maybe at 1 o'clock in the morning before people sleep, but by 4 or 5 o'clock, there's again the new posts for the day. So it's literally like a few hours of silence. Those groups were extremely busy, but extremely valuable. Then another major conclusion is our blind spots, right? There are some gauging stations in the park where we don't have that type of instruments installed. So it really opened our eyes to what are some of these areas that are at risk. So for example, that Marula North area in and around the Satara, we don't have many gauging stations there. So that would be one of the areas that going forward, we would need to work with Department of Water and Sanitation to start equipping those parts of the park as well. Yeah, so major appreciation post to the KNP Disaster Management Committee. As I mentioned earlier, previous floods historically would be limited to very certain catchments at the time, but having a flood from the north to the south, east to west has really been a unique disaster that we have to deal with. Rangers, hospitality staff, colleagues on the ground, right, that assisted tourists, that assisted other colleagues, that was not, you know, you didn't have to be a ranger or in conservation to assist another colleague. There were numerous KMP departments, our communications, SET, tourism, technical services. They were also instrumental in getting connectivity back, getting bulk services back online for both staff and for tourists, scientific services, regional integration, etc. I honestly can't name everyone. The honorary rangers and civil society for the donations and the outpouring, which we are extremely grateful and humbled by. And then Department of Water and Sanitation and SA Weather Services and LIMCOM, as well as our external parties, that was really instrumental in dealing with this flood as well. So yeah, with that, thank you.
Thank you. Let's take it to your seat with another round of applause. Indeed, we can never prepare for the forces of nature, you know, and we think we are in charge, but we are not in charge. Felix, our next speaker on the program, Professor Kruger, is best known for his global safety contribution to biodiversity conservation and higher education leadership. He served as CEO of South African national rights from 2003 to 2014, having previously been a director of the Educational Trust. He holds a PhD in conservation tourism and protected area management from the University of Kruger. Professor Mabunda later became the inaugural chairperson of the University of Malanga Council in 2014, helping guide the strategic establishment and governance of the province's first University of Malanga, while he is respected for his special leadership, commitment to sustainable development, and passion for conservation education. He has also held leadership positions in business and tourism structures within Malanga and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Steve. Reflections on leadership and transformation of Centenary.
What it is.
Yeah. So we're gonna move to. There's this.
Oh.
Which arrow? Any arrow? Yes.
I use my finger.
Yeah,
That's
it's there.
oh, it's with you. So I can actually use the. All right. Thank you very much, Program Director. What is it? It's not yet afternoon, it's still morning. And good morning to all my colleagues. One has been to all these institutions. It's very difficult to single them out individually, but collectively, thank you very much for this opportunity, for inviting me to share some reflections, and specifically as I've seen a lot in the sectors of biodiversity and also in higher education. And some years ago, Brian would recall, I had him. So I've experienced and of Parker, so I've experienced hair loss, and I'm now a regular on able to see that some leaves. And yeah, replenish. Okay, colleagues, thank you for all the presentations, Catherine. You really exposed me with that picture. But thank you so much, Tasha. Everyone really made my task easy. Have we ever heard, how many of us have heard about the national passport? For all of us, I'm glad, because we need to manage the narrative and also just look at the global perspective of the contributions that this organization has done in South Africa for our conservation and tourism business. So I'll focus on the achievements of SANParks from the days of the National Passport, 1926, to SANParks. At some stage, we called it SANP, and it sounded like the SAP. And we thought, no, this doesn't work for us. So we re-engineered the whole thing around 2000, 2002. And we came up with the SANParks in capital letters. We said, still, it doesn't really stand out. Hence, then it's written as capital SANP and then the parks to distinctly indicate what the organization and the brand stands for. So that's where we come from. So you can't talk about SANParks without reflecting on conservation, the relationship, the nexus between conservation, tourism, and heritage. Towards a Congo. She's still here. Yeah. Oh, there she is. Thank you very much for your presentation as well. I want to acknowledge that indeed we have already made preparations for the celebrations or commemoration of the 100 years of Kruger's existence. And just, I think there we need to, work. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a narrative that needs to be corrected for posterity. I'm a fanatic of environmental history. Historical facts should not be changed, but the interpretation or history can be rewritten to address whatever gaps that might exist. But let's not change the facts, because the facts are sacrosanct. So in 1926, the National Parks Act was passed in reaction to what happened in 1921. Around 1921, there was a game reserve in Pongola, established by President Paul Kruger in 1894. And that was deproclaimed amid a lot of noise by WESA. They were not yet known as WESA by then, because it only became WESA in 1926. So to avoid a situation, but also to align what was happening around the world in terms of the national parks movement after the establishment of Yellowstone National Parks, a national park in the US. The movement of establishing parks all over in the tradition of Yellowstone was very much alive. Parks are a microcosm of the society that creates them, or a mirror. They look at themselves and see their nationhood in them. In the US, they were established for public enjoyment and to keep those lands untrammeled by human impact. In Australia, to commemorate the frontier experience, which really was more or less like what we had here in South Africa, where white people celebrated their nationhood. The census in Australia included, or the game census included the Aborigines. They were classified as part of animals. In South Africa, in 1924, the heads of the government had come into power. They translated, in fact, the Calabar Act was passed to reserve jobs for white people. The Bible was translated into Afrikaans. The flag was established, the Firklier, and a pension fund scheme for white people was established. ISCO, all those 8 entities. Now, the two nations, the white cultural groups, the Afrikaners and English-speaking South Africans, needed a common identity. And parks were one of those that could actually be established and to bring what they called Stewnadering between the two white groups in South Africa. So it was not an innocent act to establish the National Parks Act. With one park only, the Kruger National Park. Those 2 game reserves, Sabi Game Reserve in 1898, the Shingwezi, you saw Kathy's map. Up to the Shingwezi River, we had about 2/3 of the park. So it was the park was already there. What was lacking was national park protection to avoid the experience of the Pongola Game Reserve and many other game reserves that were deproclaimed, just like that, and the land distributed among farmers. So we should be grateful to WESA So the board then came into existence. And these were politicians led by an Afrikaner poet, Gustav Preller. He was a nationalist of note. So they then started working, carving out how these parks should look like. Stevenson Hamilton complained the board members would come to the park, some of them coming with bougainvilleas and plant them around the rest camps, all the kind of things that they were not supposed to do, interfering with management. But what is important here is that the colonial game reserve were converted, renamed a national park, and starting a series of protection that we're so proud about. That was the greatest achievement that that board of politicians came up with. No sooner had the Kruger then been established as a single national park, the board was almost there every day. They didn't know that they were their role was oversight. They were competing with management. Some of the anecdotes and things that they used to do there are really startling and blood clotting. But they moved very quick beyond Kruger and created a system of protection, protecting other diverse biomes and species. In 1931, 3 parks. From 1926, 1931, 3 parks were already in place. The Gemsbok, the Kalahari Gemsbok, Ado. In 1937, the Berg Wacha, with mountain zebra. In 1963, Golden Gate Highlands. 1964, Tsitsikama, and 1966, Ochrabis Falls. So clearly, a system started emerging. Don't ask me about the science, management, even the tourism, because in Kruger, there was something called the Selby Hut, which was created on the recommendation of, was put on the recommendation of an engineer, an American engineer who was a friend of some of the guys on the board. Now, this Selby Hut had no windows. It had a hole, a peeping hole on the door. And then at the top, it was open. The mosquitoes would come in at any time. So the peeping hole was for someone to check if there were no wild animals around before you go out of the hut. And then later on, there were so many other, the Knapp huts, which came around the 1940s, 1947, with Colonel Sandenberg, bringing about the first formal planning of rest camps, as we understand them. But there was progress already. So, in that way, another contribution. We've now seen game reserve being changed into a national park system, and then the diversification of those national parks, bringing in other parks of importance, which deserved inclusion into the national park system. The issue of money became a challenge. So the board decided that no, at their first meeting, let's use tourism as a revenue generation mechanism. They started planning the main roads, secondary roads, and in 1927, the first 3 tourist vehicles entered the park and Stevenson Hamilton's wife said she had never seen so many people in a crowd. She called it a crowd of tourists. And we arrived there in 2 Fords and a Chevrolet. Those were the vehicles. So the board really started developing permits to regulate this tourism business, hundreds of kilometers of roads. And that is when the self-drive safari model as we know it today emanated from. It wasn't something that just happened overnight. So conservation was then linked to public education and self-financing. Today, much as my colleagues did not punt it that much, I think SANParks is the only agency in the whole world that generates more than 80% of its revenue from own businesses. We're not going to go there today, but that's food for thought for another day, and we can chat about it at a later stage. The next achievement was the building of a conservation management tradition. We're talking today of a century of park management and institutional knowledge in biodiversity protection of the highest level you can ever think of. So with no knowledge of science, of management, with from a rudimentary level, and later on bolstered by, as Kathy indicated, by those interventions bringing about a professional scientific and management intervention. The board started protecting species, more species than ecosystems. They were not there. Remember, Harry Voluta and his colleagues eliminated vermins. They killed everything. No, we don't want lions, we don't want this and that and that. But this time around, the board then said, elephant. There were no elephants though. Elephants that came to the Kruger came from Mozambique. And when we cut the fence with President Mandela, he joked that he was paying lobola for Gracia Machel by turning those elephants to Mozambique. So the rhino, Ian Blair, and Makubu Ndombela from SM Velo, and then Natal Parks Board played a very big role in the translocation of rhino back into the Kruger, both black and white rhino. The Bontebok, we had a few left, and those were actually also resuscitated. They pulled ranger, veterinary, and scientific services to support some of those people that Kathy actually put up on the slide. I worked with about half of them, and whenever I question certain things, and they would say, meneer Mabunda ali jare ons het so gewerk. Ali jare, then we ended up calling them ali jare. So from that, we moved on with the research, monitoring, all of that, adaptive management to where we are today. Science, for me, the application, applied science should not just be about a qualification or publishing a paper or writing a book. That document, those books that you displayed, Kathy, the first one, the first chapter there, it's got my signature on it. But it should actually solve challenges that we face in our systems. That's where we are now. but it came from rudimentary levels to where it is today. But we were able to position all over the years parks as living laboratories, as it was indicated. So that needs to be celebrated. We're now looking at biodiversity, climate change, heritage research, and today SANParks is talking about mega living landscapes. It all forms part of the continuum of evolution from protection, research, adaptive conservation, management. You talk about the diversification of the protected landscapes. SANParks has it all. The key additions that brought us the red sand dunes of the Kalahari, graced by the summer melon. The beautiful West Coast, Tampakaru wilderness, the Rachterveld, all those brought different landscapes that we never thought could be conserved. And that diversity is what makes us a very comprehensive biodiversity custodian in the whole world. We conserve what people would naturally think it's part of another department, but we have it as part of this natural system. The democratic era then came in 1994. Without even going through that whole line, because one can talk about so many things then, but Vembe Dongola came on board, which then changed into Mapungubwe National Park. You can't say then Vembe Dongola was only founded in 1995. It was there even before. From a management point of view, leadership point of view, Dr. Enos Mabuza, the late Enos Mabuza, Chief Minister of the homeland of Kangwane, became the chair of the board. One time I bumped into him in town. He used to do his own groceries shopping. Old chief minister, no bodyguards, nothing. He just lived amongst us. So he saw me say, "Hey, David," he taught me English at Kumbula High School. So he says, "Hey, we have a position." I said, "Where?" He said, "In the Kruger National Park." I said, no. I can't get police. No. Me and animals, I don't think we work. He says, no. Think about it. We'll be advertising the position. I'm not saying that it's going to be given to you. You have to apply for it, compete for it. I said, oh, okay. So when my application did not come, a few days before closure, I got a call from a lady called Pauline van der Speel to say, "Hey, bring your application." I said, "What is this?" Anyway, the rest is history. So Dr. Mavuso Msimang and myself joined National Parks, and I must admit, colleagues, it was a pleasure to work with Mr. Msimang. His background is in entomology, and he studied at the University of Zambia. I had an opportunity to meet him in different settings in my life. Met him in Zambia on my way in transit to the UK, because Chris Hani and Oliver Tambo felt we were too young to be soldiers. What are these children doing here? That's post 1976. So what are these children doing here? No, we must send them to school. So that's how we got sent to various universities abroad to study. and to come back and be leaders. So I then had an opportunity to work with Mofu Samsimang. And he was a leader per accent. We also had the pleasure of having President Mandela being part of, I think he's one president that visited the park, Kruger and other parks more than any other president, many times. By the way, that's why I say we must manage the narrative. In 1998, and I'm not shouting, in 1998, we had a big celebration led by President Mandela. It's the Nelson Mandela Foundation place, where he gave one of the best speeches about integration between conservation and communities. And do you still remember the Shamina Shawina? That was the celebration. In 2008, it was again another 110 years. So let's manage that narrative so that it doesn't really create contradictions. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong, I'm just saying let's manage so that we really continue honoring what is it. So the rest, colleagues, is that this was an era of transformation. We've seen many changes. Commercialization. My PhD is mainly on commercialization of natural resources for the benefit of the institution itself, surrounding communities, and expansion of our new parks and contractual arrangements, as Ugogo indicated earlier. And there was the most important moment on the opening of the fence, adding the Limpopo National Park, merging it to the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park. We, there's Minister Bali Musa, then ourselves, and the ambassador to Zim, Mavuso Msimang, the chair of the board there, Mefi Morowe, colleagues. So it's all recorded. Great achievement, creating a mega conservation area that spans 3 countries, something that had not been done before. Cultural and heritage inside national parks. I think Ugogo spoke about that, Dr. Mansumo, so I'm not going to waste too much time on that. I really want to reflect on another biggest achievement that we've had. Over the last 5 years, just to indicate how successful some parks is. I don't know whether you've quantified this, Kathy, but I did. Over the last 5 years, your own revenue, I'm not talking about the grants, the little pocket money that you get given by other institutions, but 7.6 billion rand is what you've generated out of your own revenue, despite the floods washing everything away. You've had 23 million visitors. Visitors are recorded over 5 years. You've had 3,127 SMMEs in your systems contracted. You've had full-time equivalent of direct and indirect jobs created amounting to 21,320. I don't know of any agency that has made this achievement over the last 5 years. There are certain parties that you don't want. So I'll help for friend. Okay, so We have a footprint, which is a national public asset. We wouldn't have had this if it wasn't for the establishment of an integrated management system of our national parks. That's what we are celebrating, those achievements. You often talk about 21, 20, I don't know, let's manage the narrative there as well. Let's manage the narrative there. 3 World Heritage Sites, marine protected areas, very, very successful program, and just slightly above 4 million hectares of land under protection. Very, very much impressive, and it's something that we're very proud of. So, the next chapter, from now, from 2026 to the next 100 years, we have a platform to build on. Much as it has a very difficult history where some of our indigenous people lost their homes to animals, but we are very proud of that history. I'm very chuffed by the fact that your future priorities include expansion, but obviously we are not going to have a contiguous Kruger National Park again. We will never be able to, there are no people to evict like Stevenson Hamilton did. We're not going to have that. So the connectivity, the bio corridors that you are establishing through your mega living landscapes is the answer going forward. We need to polish that. We need to make sure that we continue the tradition that we have already established over the last 100 years. The legacy is no longer only parks. It's national identity, livelihoods, biodiversity, intergenerational stewardships, and everything else that comes with it. We've heard of the roar of the Kruger lion. We listened to the gilble of the hyena in the middle of the night. We've been to the red sand dunes of the Kgalagadi, and we've eaten the summer melon. We've done the foolish deeds of the day and performed the Namafastrap in the Ai. We've heard the sound of the Malemba, the Tungwa, the Dilwano, and Ngoma, summoning citizens to the crawl from the top of the Mabubu Hill. We concede our South African citizenship to the mosquito, to the baobab, to the black mamba, and the big five. We marvel at the oceans and the waves through the hole in the wall in the West Coast. The great white shark, the dung beetle, and the high-filled grasslands are beckoning, and the sun continues to rise from the Libombo Mountains of the east. We are biodiversity, and biodiversity is us. Thank you very much.
Can I leave Zela? Professor I'm not gonna say much, I'm not gonna say anything after my mom that is presented, but myself, she's telling me about the yeah. I'm gonna follow up the facilitator of the session where you take questions and answers. I will show this
Very much, Amelia. Folks, we've noted the time, and we know that people's stomachs are starting to grumble. So we know that that is an important aspect of life, as we need to sustain ourselves. So we're not going to prolong the session, but I think it's important as part of the management that those of us who are here in the room or online and the T and N will monitor the YouTube channel there. But if you have any questions, any of the presenters that you heard from, comments, if you like to know, we've got another microphone. So I'll be with some email.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Akile Nsumuli, a lecturer here. Just a question on Prof. Maguna and Dr. Masu. What would be your reflection on the future of conservation in South Africa? What do you think would be a socially just conservation in the future, but also most importantly, what do you think an inclusive conservation model will look like in the future? That's
Who do you want to take us? Say two. Yeah, what Bruno is saying that see these are.
I've been volunteers to this question. I think for me, from a board perspective, I think it's very, very important that SANParks begins to ensure that the disparities of managing SANParks are shared with our neighbors who are benefiting from the lowering of fences, that we take collective responsibility. The second one is also just ensuring that SANParks recognizes the collective of legislations, that in ensuring that people have a very big role to play, and we are not dealing with landscapes and systems that have not been touched by the human footprint, and to ensure that we do have expertise within SANParks that are ensuring that our cultural footprint is very limited. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a couple of responses. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question, but we've already started. In 1994, the only benefit that stated to communities living around us, Kruger specifically, whenever a vehicle or the bus passed, the community only benefited dust. They would be left in a cloud of dust. They didn't know what was happening. They didn't benefit anything except menial jobs. When I arrived in Kruger, I found that there were no black people in leadership positions. So we started the process of transformation. What wasn't closing one day, but you were going to take the time that you took on to transform. You don't want to do it. So already there are engagement in communities, started a socio-economic rehabilitation program, and which was called social ecology then, and now it's more project. It's already happening. There's that interaction The problem though are resources. We wish we had enough money to invest in these problems so that we see and have transformation taking place and it's completely underway. And we cannot talk about communities. Let me give you an example of what has essentially happened. The Science published a tender for the shops and income. And that tender had to be recalled because it did not take into consideration the beneficiation that it spoke about of the so much to the displeasure of the people that attended. And that had to be recorded. And we really went in such a manner that the beneficiaries, some of the communities have been sharing of the programs or the tenders. So now it's a standard practice that whenever there's an opportunity, that opportunity should also things able to benefit from. So it's already happening. We need to enhance it, make it stronger, to ensure that everyone benefit. But you will never have, you cannot employ everyone, and you will never have benefits or put their land in a kind of business. So there will be different types of beneficiation, and that's what the colleagues here are working on at this point in time. So it's happening, we just need to grow it and make it sustainable.
Which was also right. And then the discussion problem. And one of the other specific components is people on when we can benefit from consideration that is the but one of them was also education. So I think today is one of those platforms where each one teach on, all that they are aware of what Kruger stands for, what conservation stands for, but it doesn't necessarily have to start with specifically. We can start from the whole school curriculum already. Find where people are aware of conservation. So it starts from there. The kids learn with awareness, they already with that solution.
Thanks, Kennedy. Thanks, really thanks for that. Is it Dr. Colman that I can see is back?
Now the microphone is not working, so he's very excited. Elizabeth, over to you.
No, thank you so much. I wish this meeting was open to our undergrad students if they were here, because most of our students, when they think of Kruger, they think of animal story. And these people, I think we need to talk about it as I'm teaching virtually. And through your presentation, and Dr. Masudu as well, I've seen so many opportunities that we can bring on, especially on plant studies projects, especially because most of our students who goes to Kruger for real, when they come back, the only thing, the most interest that they bring back is only animal-based projects. So we can see that we are still having a long way to learn, especially in indigenous knowledge on the use of the plants. So Ms. Kuna can make reference.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks very much again. Brilliant at the back and enough. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Kruger Biodiversity, and thank you to all the presenters for talks that they've given. I'm shocked actually to hear that there was no loss. The recent floods But I question, all right, so my question has to do with what regards to this presentation regarding biomedical. So what I would like to ask is with regards to the invasive species, especially with the military. I know that there are some incidental introductions of some of the species, especially the Australian rental break and the issues of the fights, what I said the one as well. And beyond monitoring, are there any strategies or plans that we have in place to affect those situations? And if they are any, because I'm also a diversity evolution, so I would like to issues that watch the thing. Very quick. Parts.
Thank you, yes, we do a lot of monitoring of invasive species, and I've said, what we have problem with in the Kruger National Park is mostly plants, but you're correct, we do also have aquatic invasive species. And as you know, they're coming from outside of the park. So we don't have currently active controls for species in that system because of its complexity. So even if we go and remove them, they're gonna come back in. So it's a big complex kind of a project, and we are in collaboration with different stakeholders in the water catchment areas. And we also have Dr. Kinsani, I'm sure you might know him. He's our freshwater ecologist, and he's monitoring this and engaging with the different stakeholders in that space as a water ecologist. But for animals as well, for plants as well, we have active controls.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Robert. I'm the responsible executive manager for biodiversity conservation, working for Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks Agency. Prof, I may not know which cap are you wearing today. Is our interim board committee chairperson for biodiversity at MTPA. Let us appreciate the invite as Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks to be part of this prestigious event. We also have an MOU with both entities, UMP and CELPAX. Under the mechanism landscape made for CELPAX, we have got a great number of intake of will from UMP. I think we're working with Dr. Fossman from that area. Hence, it will be logical in future to involve us. Let us propose. We are appealing to be part of this tripartite alliance. So that we could further strengthen our partnership to be mutually beneficial, as Dr. Sibu put it. To us, biodiversity conservation, we reiterate the issue of communities. It can only succeed through the participation of communities, not to make them spectators. Moreover, now, because we have got landowners in our protected areas, Dr. Mabunda, Prof. Mabunda, it wasn't there back then. These protected areas were not having claimants, but now we have got claimants within our space. Hence, it's important to also have co-management agreements that are obtaining. we need to ensure that we have got a viable beneficiation model that can assist our communities. Particularly if we were to go in, we need partnership with the private sector. Government alone can succeed. We have seen this model is not working without roping in key people. We have got this upsurge of illegal mining, something that I did not hear any of the presenters touching. Let me also appreciate all the enlightenment presentations. We really appreciate. We have got this new scourge now, a new threat in protected areas called illegal mining. Something that is affecting not only our protected areas as MTPA, but we also have these DFFE forestry areas. Our World Heritage Site is under threat. We've got the very first World Heritage Site in the province, which is the 10th to be inscribed in the country. We have got artisanal mining taking place in our World Heritage Site, mainly in gold and greenstone. We need a prompt intervention. We know that the Premier has dispersed at least 6 million to assist in law enforcement. As a management entity, it's not our competency. We are not really trained to deal with this type of threat. So it's something that we need to make noise about so that we protect our natural endowment. The fight is not only about protecting wildlife and landscapes, of course, but also safeguarding our water security, tourism, cultural heritage, and livelihoods that depend on healthy ecosystems. Once again, thank you very much for considering MTPA. Next time, let's participate better.
Thanks so much for that, very, very important inputs. We've got time for one more question, comments from the Zoom.
Thank you very much. I just want to quickly respond to the issue of unemployment in the youth. What we are currently discussing as a board is, I think some of you know Majuda, who is in cultural heritage. The reason he is there is because I made sure he was there. So when there was a tender for cultural mapping in Kruger, I insisted that a student be part and parcel of the process to ensure that, because it's very difficult for students to get into the space, until we revolutionize the way that we look for expertise, is to ensure that every tender that goes out makes room for a student to come in. And then part of the person was to monitor the student's performance and give feedback to send out on how it's progressing. In that way, we are ensuring that there is intergenerational learning and there's a continuation of knowledge generation, and definitely ensuring that the tools of science and understanding are extended beyond the confines of the boundaries of the protected areas.
Thanks for that, Simon. And now back to Program Director for our next steps.
Thank you, everyone, for considering the presentation. The request for friendships, the request for partnerships and collaboration. We are at the end of our program. We are at the part showing to see the role of things. The role of things will be given by Professor KDC Kruger, who is a lecturer and also a host. Professor is through. Please thank also the research management office team.
Okay, thank you for this. And Okay, let me get into my long speech. I'm just kidding. I don't want to be the person standing between, what do they say? A hungry person and their meal. All right. I think let me start by saying, good afternoon, everyone, and all protocols observed. On behalf of all gathered here today, it is my great honor to deliver this vote of thanks, following such a meaningful, I would say, landmark celebration of this really unique and beautiful collaboration, as well as family that we now have. As we mark this International Day for Biodiversity and also try and commemorate the good, the bad, the fractured history of our conservation with our partner SENPAX as well and MTPA. This event actually reminds us that not only the incredible natural heritage we are privileged to protect is our responsibility, but it also basically reminds us that call to conservation up to perpetuity. For Kruger, actually reaching that centenary is a remarkable milestone and speaks to a century of conservation, research, and resilience. I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to SENPAX, to UMP for organizing and hosting such an inspiring and educational program. I wish we could have had this much bigger next door in our building. I'll always try and advertise it, the Nature Conservation Building. So our 9-year relationship and partnership with Kruger National Park continues to demonstrate the power of collaboration between this iconic conservation stakeholder in the country and also, our growing Afrocentric university in actually advancing biodiversity protection, education, research, and sustainable development. Conservation can actually provide an alternative livelihood. To all the distinguished speakers, Professor Mabunda, Dr. Masubu, Tesha, Kensani, and everybody else, Nomtlebo also for that beautiful message as well from MTPA. Our other representatives for all other organizations and our guests, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, experiences, and passion. Your contributions have enriched this occasion and challenged us to think deeply about the future of our ecosystems and biodiversity. Another special word of appreciation goes to the research office. Thank you so much for agreeing to be the lead in this. Our support staff, our technical team, wonderful job. Thank you so much, gents. Our volunteers and everybody else who's working behind the scene to make this event quite a success. They often go unseen, but their efforts actually ensure that this reached all different places and it will actually be stamped in history as such an event that it deserves. Thank you so much, Siawong. And let me also say this, that may this occasion actually inspire us to renew our commitments to conservation, scientific innovation, inclusive partnership, and environmental stewardship. Let us continue working together to ensure that the rich biodiversity of our country and continent remains protected and appreciated way into the future. Thank you all for your presence, participation, and support. Those who have to travel, I wish you safe travels, and may we continue to champion not only biodiversity, but as we've had with the new goal of SENPAX, major living, I won't say landscape because we need to think about the aquatic list bullet does not appreciate that part, but I'll say major living ecosystems. Yeah, well, thank you.
Colleagues, this concludes our session, our celebration. And thank you so much for your attendance. You've been lovely participants. I'm going to ask for the presenters to stay behind so that we get a photo. Lunch is served outside in the room served coffee. I want to have a word with the person who has the vote for the icon, but we need to look at that. We continue to exchange okay, I'm going to take the opportunity and then we will make decision.
I don't know, you can see it. We're just gonna end on yeah. I'm thinking that's.
I must say it is going to be place movies of the planet and the memory. Thank you so much. Whatever it's looking about.
The presenters, we're gonna go for a photo.